Chapter 193. Dang. Dang dang. Dang dang. Dang 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 dang. Ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. All the zither in the city followed Gu Hai's lead and started to play sorrowful music again. They attacked the destiny clouds in the sky once more. The grand sound filled the world. The sorrowful music became incomparably majestic. When the entire city played the same tune, the boundless battle energy seemed to turn into a vast ocean. It was also like a giant beast that fiercely charged at the destiny clouds in the sky. Boom! With a deafening impact, the dark clouds of fate suddenly shook violently again. A crack seemed to be torn open in the shaking, allowing countless practitioners to see the dazzling sunlight on the other side of the crack in an instant. That was not ordinary sunlight. That was the hope of the entire city, the dawn of the entire city. That was the glimmer of victory after fighting against destiny. However, that crack was instantly covered by the dark clouds and closed again. When it closed, countless storms under the pressure of the dark clouds rushed toward the entire city. Huff! The zither in Fairy Warner's hands shook violently, and a rebound force rushed toward Warner. Warner's face immediately flushed red. Impossible, impossible. My tragic world is invulnerable. No one can break it. Furthermore, it is a newly created song. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. A sinister look flashed in Fairy Warner's eyes. The zither in her hands moved faster and faster. The sound of the zither intensified, and the tragic world became even more tragic. The rolling dark clouds gathered again, becoming thicker and thicker. They piled up into a pitch-black evil dragon that coiled in the dark clouds. It opened its mouth and roared downward. One more time. Gu Hai shouted. Good. Almost all the zither in the city roared at the same time. This made the entire city tremble violently, because everyone saw hope, everyone saw the light of dawn. Destiny? Destiny was not something that could not be resisted. Resisting required persistence and effort. Ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Gu Hai's guqin resounded throughout the city once again. This time, he was even more confident and his dou qi was even more powerful. His surging dou qi gathered into a sea and rushed towards the dark clouds of fate in the sky. If the dark clouds of fate were condensed into a black dragon, then the ocean of battle qi was condensed into a golden dragon. Roar! Roar! The two forces roared. Fairy Warner had a sinister expression on her face, and so did all the musicians in the city. Break! Hong! It was a collision that could shatter the heavens and rend the earth, a collision of life and death. The golden divine dragon-like sea of energy destroyed everything in its path. It bit off the black dragon's neck and dashed to the center of the dark clouds of fate. Rumble! Under the powerful momentum of the battle qi, a super-large hole was instantly pierced through the dark clouds of fate. It was a gigantic hole that was difficult to repair. The moment the hole appeared, endless sunlight rushed down. The moment the sunlight shone, the countless cultivators whose vision had deteriorated earlier suddenly saw again. I see it. I see it. Gu Hai, you succeeded. Long Wanqing shouted excitedly. Not only the musicians, but almost everyone's vision suddenly recovered by more than half. Countless cultivators cheered excitedly at the victory of the People's War. Pooh! On the other side, Fairy Warner spat out a mouthful of blood from the powerful backlash. No, impossible. My tragic world is the most perfect song, the most perfect. Fairy Warner stared at Gu Hai with wide eyes. Disbelief and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Gu Hai broke my tragic world. No, how could this brat, whom I looked down on, break my tragic world? Many thanks, great Master Gu. Many thanks, Mr. Good. I can see again. My five senses are slowly recovering. Great Master Gu's pathetique made me feel endless fighting spirit. Countless grateful voices sounded. The battle is not over yet. Is this a celebration? Let's do it again. Let's completely clean up the remnants of the concept of tragic world. Gu Hai shouted. His voice was transmitted through the sound amplification array and the old manner master's Guqin skills. Okay. All the musicians in the city agreed loudly. The deafening response seemed to overturn the entire Silver Moon City. In the world's #1 Guqin Tower. At this moment, the world's #1 Guqin Tower had been completely destroyed. Young Master An and Jiang Tianyi slowly recovered from the loss of their five senses. At this moment, Jiang Tianyi looked at the world's #1 Guqin Tower, which was in a mess. Then, he looked at Gu Hai, who responded to his call. In an instant, his entire body was filled with despair. The world's #1 Guqin Tower is completely finished. The world's #1 Guqin Tower on this street. The world's #1 Guqin Tower on this street. Ha, he didn't just buy my world's #1 Zither Pavilion. If he can't compete with it, he can always reopen it on another street. Now, he wants to remove my world's #1 Zither Pavilion? Jiang Tianyi said in despair. Young Master An looked at Gu Hai with resentment. No matter how the audience watched, another round of pathos began. With Gu Hai in the lead, the 10 million Zither players followed closely behind, playing this song of Do Chi. Dang! Dang dang! Dang dang! Clang 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 clang! Ding! Ding ding! Ding ding! Ding 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 ding! The golden divine dragon-like battle chi roared into the sky once again. Meanwhile, the dark clouds of fate in the sky had already scattered and were in tatters. The golden divine dragon roared ferociously and soared into the sky. Wherever it went, the fragments of fate were swept away. The concept of the tragic world was completely destroyed. The sky was filled with battle chi, full of vitality. The atmosphere, the cheers, and the excitement of countless Zither players exploded in the entire Silver Moon City. In a small courtyard not far from the world's #1 Zither Tower, Sima Changkong stood with his hands behind his back. After witnessing this heaven-defying scene, he let out a long sigh. Gu Hai. Gu Hai, I still underestimated you. Not only are you a business genius, but you are also a commander. 10 million Zither players will listen to you. You are the commander. Mobilizing 10 million Zither players to follow you in your breakthrough? If you were on the battlefield, this move alone would be enough to defeat thousands of soldiers. Sima Changkong exclaimed. At the same time, outside the Silver Moon Villa, a group of Zither players cheered. It's broken, it's broken. Ha ha ha, my battle chi has broken the tragic world. And mine, the dark clouds of fate in the sky have been scattered by our attacks. I feel that my Zither skills are full of fighting spirit. Mine too. My Zither skills have always lacked vitality. Now, after playing this song, I feel that I have broken through again. Pathos, pathos, what a good pathos. The Zither players outside the villa cheered wildly. Inside the villa, the disciples were pleasantly surprised. All of them were extremely excited as they looked at the rolling dark clouds in the sky that they had just broken through. Villa Master, we have broken the tragic world. Yun Mo looked at the old Villa Master excitedly. The old Villa Master smiled and said, do you understand now? Yes, Villa Master used to say that the Zither is easy to express, but a famous song is hard to find. I didn't quite understand. Isn't playing the Zither about the artistic conception? Then, when Gu Hai played canon, the Villa Master asked me to send him the invitation. I was still brooding about it. Now, I finally understand how important a famous song is. It can infect one's soul and stimulate one's spirit. It is a power that surpasses one's body. Yun Mo clenched his teeth. Yes, Gu Hai played the piano without any artistic conception. But so what? Those who play the zither well can only be called master zither players. A master zither player can never be compared to a true zither master, no matter how bad the zither master's playing is. Because what they pursue is Tao. The old villa master shook his head. Yes. Go, get 2 invitation cards and send them to the 2 authors of Tragic World and... The old villa master said lightly. Oh. Villa master, you want to send the author of Tragic World as well? And didn't Gu Hai already send one? Yun Mo asked blankly. To be able to create Tragic World, she is qualified to participate in the Zither teaching conference. Her original intention was to compete with me in the Zither, but she didn't expect that Gu Hai would suddenly appear. As for Gu Hai, I already gave him 1 invitation card. Now, with the appearance of, it is worth giving another one. The old villa master said lightly. Yes. The world's #1 Zither building. Pooh. The artistic conception of Tragic World was strong, so the backlash from breaking Tragic World was not weak. The moment the dark clouds of destiny completely broke, the huge backlash caused Fairy Warner to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her veil had been sprayed with blood, and Fairy Warner's fingers were also bleeding. With a sense of unwillingness and disbelief, she looked at the balcony opposite her. Gu Hai stopped playing. Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai's arm happily, and at this moment, her face was filled with gratitude. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai. She no longer looked at him with disdain, but a deep shock. The scene just now was deeply engraved in her heart. The sea of fighting energy condensed into a golden dragon, and destroyed all the tragic artistic conception. Gu Hai played as if he was the commander of thousands of troops and horses. All the Zither players in the city were under his command. That aura was the aura of the Grand Marshal of thousands of troops, the aura that no one dared to disobey. Thank you, Master Gu. Thank you, Mr. Good. Master Gu, the aura of was too strong. I broke through to the next level, thank you, Master Gu. Under the balcony, there were sounds of gratitude from all directions. Not only from all directions, but the whole city was thanking Gu Hai. Gu Hai put down his hand from the piano, stood up, and looked at the cultivators around him, revealing a smile. Humph, a villain intoxicated with success. Fairy Warner snorted coldly. Obviously, she had just suffered a loss at the hands of Gu Hai, and her heart was still unsatisfied. She was a Zither master, but she was defeated by a person who could not even play the artistic conception of the Zither. She was not satisfied, not satisfied. Chapter 194. Fairy Wan couldn't care less about wiping the blood she spat out. Instead, she looked at Gu Hai on the opposite balcony unwillingly. At this moment, Gu Hai was like the moon surrounded by stars. Countless cultivators were grateful to him. Before this, he didn't treat him as an opponent at all. Playing the Guqin here was just a cover to attract trouble to the world's #1 Guqin tower. His target was only the old villa master of Silver Moon Villa. Suppressing the street's #1 Guqin tower. Stop joking. He didn't have the time to play the Guqin with someone who didn't even have an artistic conception. But now, the truth was right there. He lost in such a ridiculous way. Tragic World became someone else's wedding dress. Everything was just to set off Gu Hai's ability. The whole city cheered, the whole city was grateful. Why did it feel like he was doing all the work for Gu Hai in the end? Damn the world's #1 Guqin tower, I'm going to smash it. Witch, don't run. Catch the witch, catch the witch. After the cheers, the angry revenge began. Boom. A large number of cultivators rushed into the world's #1 Guqin tower, smashing and even robbing. No, bastards, do you know whose property this is? Young Masterin glared and roared. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly, Young Masterin, let them smash it. The world's #1 Guqin tower has no place in Silver Moon City anymore. No, they can't smash it. Inform the city master immediately and mobilize the army to suppress this group of rioters. Young Master glared and shouted. Don't, young Master, don't. You will cause a riot. The army will riot, the people will riot. You can't put the prince in a desperate situation. Jiang Tianyi grabbed young Master what? What riot? What do you mean by putting my grandfather in a desperate situation? Young Master glared. If you send troops to suppress them, it will only infuriate the entire city. After all, Les Miserables was aimed at the entire city. If the entire city is in a riot, all of the prince's arrangements in Silver Moon City will be affected. Secondly, will the army come to suppress them? Those soldiers also almost lost their 5 senses just now. They also complained about the number 1 zither building. What if they disobeyed the military order and started a riot? A riot in Silver Moon City. Have you thought about the consequences? The news will only spread to the capital. At that time, His Holiness will ask. What if His Holiness questions Your Highness? Jiang Tianyi said anxiously. Huh? Young Master N's expression changed. Then what do we do now? Young Master N said with an ugly expression. The resentment of the masses cannot be suppressed. Let them smash it. Once they smash it, the anger in their hearts will dissipate. When they calm down and remember that this is His Highness's property, they will forget about it. Jiang Tianyi said anxiously. Young Master N nodded. He turned his head to look at the countless rioters rushing towards Fairy Wanner. Young Master N wanted to strangle the Fairy Wanner right now. However, she was Liu Yang of Gojoseon's VIP guest, his grandfather's VIP guest. He didn't know what to do. Sigh. Young Master N, we may have really made a mistake this time. We shouldn't have detained Gu Hai's subordinates back then. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly. The source of all this was the subordinates of Gu Hai who had been arrested back then. It was said that at the beginning, Gu Hai wasn't sure what industry he wanted to do. It was only the humiliation of the number 1 zither building that made Gu Hai decide to open the number 1 zither building on this street to fight. In less than 2 months, it actually became the biggest in the industry and crushed the number 1 zither building. More importantly, after today, the number 1 zither building on this street would be like the sun in the sky. No one could shake its position. How could it be just a business genius? Jiang Tianyi felt a burst of bitterness. If he had stuck to business principles and stopped young Master N, perhaps things wouldn't be like this now. Young Master N looked coldly at the opposite side. Gu Hai had already left the terrace and returned to the number 1 zither building on this street. However, the anger in young Master N's heart could not be extinguished. Gu Hai. All because of Gu Hai. Young Master N's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. The number 1 zither building on this street? I'll make it collapse. And soon. Ah. Young Master N, don't mess around. What's wrong with messing around? This is Yingzhou, my grandfather's territory. He's just a foreign ant, and he wants to stand out? Young Master N snorted coldly. After the number 1 zither building in the world was smashed, the people slowly calmed down, but there were still many who rushed toward Fairy Wanner. However, Fairy Wanner was surrounded by clouds and mist. They could see her there, but they couldn't catch her at all. It was like a formation. Fairy Wanner was in the formation, and the others could only wander around like ghosts. Demon girl, come out. Don't let the demon girl escape. Everyone was angry. Fairy Wanner wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and sneered. She didn't care about the insults of the group of people, but looked at Gu Hai who had already left not far away. Before I left, Master reminded me not to underestimate any zither master who can create music. Did I underestimate him? Fairy Wanner sneered and pondered. Screech. Suddenly, a red-crowned crane rushed straight from the sky. A man stood on the red-crowned crane. The young master of Silver Moon Villa, Yunemo? Why is he here again? It's the young master of Silver Moon Villa. He came to give Gu Hai a qualification card last time. Master Gu deserves the qualification card. While everyone was talking, Yunemo came in front of Fairy Warner. You are the zither master who played Les Miserables. Yunemo looked at Fairy Warner and asked. That's right. Why? Is the old master here to find trouble with me? Fairy Warner sneered. Your Les Miserables is grand, and I can't resist it alone. The master asked me to give you a qualification card for the Zither conference. Yunemo said. What? For that demon girl? The people around stared in confusion. Oh. Fairy Warner's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This is the master's idea. It's up to you to accept it or not. Yunemo shook his head. Yes, why not? Ha 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 ha. Fairy Warner laughed. She reached out and took the qualification card. Bang! The clouds around suddenly exploded, and Fairy Warner disappeared in front of everyone. Where's the demon girl? Where did the demon girl go? Why is she gone? The practitioners around screamed and looked for her, but Fairy Warner just disappeared mysteriously. Yunemo frowned and ignored them. He went to the first zither building on this street again and found Gu Hai. In front of everyone, he gave another qualification card to Gu Hai. Huh? Another one? Gu Hai was confused. This is the master's idea. A song of pathos is worth a qualification card. Yunemo explained. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Long Wanqing smiled happily. At this moment, Mu Chenfeng felt conflicted. He had taken the exam 9 times and still could not get the qualification card. Yet, in front of Gu Hai, it was as if it was free, stuffing it into his hands time and time again. Why was there such a huge difference between them? Mr. Good, take it. Yes, Master Gu, you deserve it. Master Gu, it's not too much to give you another qualification card. Master Gu is much better than other Guqin masters. He deserves this qualification card. The people around shouted. Alright, thank you for your kindness, old manor master. Gu Hai nodded with a bitter smile. Others didn't know, but Gu Hai knew his own situation. Guqin Dao master. What a joke. Pathos was just a coincidence. Yunemo left. Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Mu Chenfeng, and the others returned to Xiaoya Villa. Hall leader, why don't I give you this qualification card? I won't go. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. No, you go. Long Wanqing also refused. Mu Chenfeng turned her head. She couldn't watch anymore. In Silvermoon City, the qualification card that countless Guqin masters yearned for was something that Gu Hai didn't want. Giving it away. In Silvermoon City. After the duel between Les Miserables and Pathetic, things slowly returned to normal. But now, the world's #1 Guqin pavilion closed down. Not only was it smashed, but countless people in Silvermoon City had already rejected this name. Even if it reopened somewhere else, no one would patronize it. The world's #1 Guqin pavilion closed down. On the other hand, the street's #1 Guqin pavilion became popular. Good quality, cheap, and guaranteed maintenance. Plus, out of gratitude to Gu Hai, countless practitioners came from all over the city to buy instruments. Among them, there was a long queue for pianos. The street's #1 Guqin pavilion made a lot of money every day. The spirit stones they earned every day were used to buy storage equipment. Then, they would store the spirit stones and send them to Gu Hai's Xiaoya Villa. Spirit stones rolled in every day. The group of Wood Branch disciples now obeyed Gu Hai's orders. Because the Water Branch leader was very generous. They had been busy these days, and the Water Branch leader had given them a terrifying amount of money. In 1 month, it was more than what they had earned in 10 years. Who wouldn't work hard? Everything was on the right track, but Gu Hai didn't care anymore. Instead, he looked up all kinds of information in Xiaoya Villa. Huh. Hall leader, I seem to have found something. After your mother founded Xiaoya Villa, she often held Guqin recitals here and invited many Guqin masters to play and learn from each other. However, I found two people very strange. Gu Hai said doubtfully. Oh. One of them is the city lord of Silvermoon City, He Shikang, and a Guqin master called Mr. Huangfu. Although they didn't always come together, they often participated in your mother's Guqin recitals. Although they couldn't be considered friends, they were at least very familiar with each other. Moreover, they came to your mother's last Guqin recitals before she died. After your mother died, other Guqin masters came to pay their respects, but these two didn't come even once. There's no news of them. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Oh. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. There were many people who didn't come to pay their respects, but there were also many who came to pay their respects. Who would care about that? However, after hearing Gu Hai's words, it really did seem a little strange. Who is this Mr. Huangfu? We need to investigate. Also, this city lord of Silvermoon City, He Shikang. What's up with him? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing doubtfully. Long Wanqing was puzzled as she tried to recall. Oh no, Gu Hai, this is not good. Mu Chenfeng ran over from not far away. What's wrong? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Young Masterin and City Lord He Shikang brought a large army and surrounded the first Guqin building on this street. They want to seal the first Guqin building on this street. Mu Chenfeng said anxiously. What? Seal? Why? Long Wanqing's eyes widened in anger. Chapter 195. Outside the first zither pavilion on this street, countless shouja had gathered. The entire street was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The shameless first zither pavilion closed down, but you still can't stand the business of the first zither pavilion? It's all because of that young Masterin. He is the grandson of Luyang of Gojoseon. He asked the city lord to mobilize the troops. He is too shameless. He is a disgrace to His Highness. He can't win against Gu Hai in business, so he wants to use the authorities to seize the place. Is that all they can do? Mr. Good just saved us not long ago. Now, we are just going to watch as Mr. Good's businesses are seized. City Lord, you are helping the villain. Countless cultivators in the surroundings shouted angrily. At this moment, a large number of soldiers surrounded the first zither pavilion in the center of the street. The surrounding cultivators were not allowed to get close. At the entrance of the first zither pavilion on this street at this moment, a large number of elite hall disciples showed anxious expressions. They held bows and arrows and faced the group of young master and subordinates who wanted to barge into the first zither pavilion. However, the Dahan officials that Gu Hai brought were extremely calm at this moment. The acquired realm Dahan officials ordered the Wood Division disciples to block the entrance, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. They looked coldly at the former first zither pavilion across them. The first zither pavilion closed down and was smashed. However, it was cleaned up over the past few days. At the entrance of the first zither pavilion, the soldiers were waiting. There were 2 seats in the center. Young Masterin sat on one of them. Young Masterin tapped his leg and drank tea as he looked coldly at the anxious elite hall disciples across him. A subordinate with a golden saber on his back stood behind him. There were also Jiang Tianyi and the others. On the other chair sat a burly man with a curly beard. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked around coldly. Get lost, this piece of land, this building, is ours. A group of young master and subordinates berated. These subordinates were none other than the 3,000 archers that Gu Hai brought into the first zither pavilion. At this moment, the 3,000 archers chased away the elite hall disciples. The elite hall members blocked in front and also took out bows and arrows, aiming at the other side. He stopped the group of young master and subordinates from breaking in. The two sides were locked in a heated argument. A group of Dahan officials stood to the side and watched quietly. It was chaos outside the first zither building on this street. Young Masterin, on the other hand, was extremely pleased. He was not in a hurry to attack the first zither building on this street. Instead, it was as if he was waiting for Gu Hai. Not far away, on a small building. Sima Changkong looked at the center of the chaos from afar, and the corner of his mouth revealed a slight smile. Young Masterin. He was really domineering. It seems that this trip to Yingzhou will be much easier. Sima Changkong smiled as he stroked his guqin. My lord, City Lord He Shikong is waiting for young Master N's orders. Or has he already taken orders from Luyang of Gojoseon? A subordinate frowned and whispered. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes and said, He Shikong. Every city lord in the Great Qian dynasty needs the emperor's permission before they can become a city lord. They have to be loyal to the emperor. If he dares to become someone else's servant, he is also courting death. Yes, but this is such a grand occasion. Gu Hai's first zither building on this street might not be able to handle it. Maybe? Sima Changkong smiled faintly. In the distance, it was still chaos. Mr. Good is here. Make way, make way. Master Gu, as long as you say the word, I will help you get justice. Master Gu, be careful of these villains. A commotion broke out everywhere. After being indebted to Gu Hai, they naturally stood on Gu Hai's side. They were cursing the people inside. Humph. Young Masterin snorted coldly. On the other hand, the city lord of Silver Moon was calm and composed as he sipped his tea. Although there was a sea of people around, when Gu Hai's flying crane carriage arrived, both sides quickly made way for Gu Hai to reach the center. When they were near, everyone got off the flying crane carriage. Gu Hai was about to pay. No need, no need. Mr. Good, you are busy. How can I take your money? The owner of the flying crane carriage immediately refused. Gu Hai smiled faintly and tossed a superior-grade spirit stone into the carriage. Sigh, Mr. Good, don't be like this. I. The owner of the flying crane carriage didn't know what to say. However, Gu Hai and his group had already entered. When Gu Hai arrived, the surrounding cultivators quieted down. The fight at the first zither building on this street also stopped. Hall Leader, Division Leader Gu. The elite Hall disciples greeted respectfully. The Dahan officials also bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. When Gu Hai saw that everyone was fine, he relaxed and nodded. Not far away, young Masterin smiled coldly as if he had been waiting for Gu Hai. Beside him, City Lord He Shikong slowly stood up. Greetings, Hall Leader of Elite Hall. He Shikong looked at Long Wanqing and said solemnly. Uncle He, what are you doing? Are you bringing an army to surround Elite Hall's property? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. He Shikong smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I was invited by young Masterin to preside over a property dispute. Property dispute? Gu Hai walked forward with a slight frown. This is Mr. Good. Back then, when you performed pathos and saved my city, I didn't have time to thank you. You are truly a young hero. He Shikong looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Young man. I don't dare. I just don't understand what City Lord means. What property dispute is there in my shop? Gu Hai asked in confusion. The City Lord's tone was polite, so Gu Hai naturally wouldn't fall out with him. He looked at the City Lord in confusion. Property dispute? Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, your shop is mine. Young Masterin suddenly said. Young Masterin slowly stood up, and his subordinates followed closely behind him. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Young Masterin, the world's #1 zither building is your territory. Why? Now, Silvermoon City, the city of the Deqian Celestial Empire, has become your territory? Gu Hai looked at young Master An with a cold smile. All the land under the heavens belonged to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land were the king's subjects. The city of the Deqian Celestial Empire could only belong to the Dacian Celestial Empire. Who would dare to say that it belonged to them in front of everyone? Even the Luyang of Gojoseon wouldn't dare. Naturally, young Master An didn't dare to say anything in public. Humph, Gu Hai, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You've taken over my land. Tell your people to get lost immediately. Your zither building is mine. Young Master An said coldly. Oh. It's yours. Young Master An, you can't speak carelessly. Gu Hai said in confusion. Speak carelessly. Humph, you bought this place and this building from him, right? Young Master An pointed at a person not far away. The old man walked out, trembling in fear. He didn't dare to look at Gu Hai. At this moment, a Dahan official walked over. Master, when we bought this shop, we bought it from this old man. We went to the government office to register it and paid the transfer fee. All the documents are in our hands. Gu Hai frowned slightly and looked at He Shikang in the city. There's no need to look at the city lord. Your transfer fee is fake. A voice came from behind young Master An. A plump, middle-aged man slowly walked out. He looked somewhat similar to Jiang Tianyi, the manager of the #1 zither building in the world. Oh. You are? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. I am Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion's manager. Manager Jiang Tianyi is my elder brother. I am Jiang Tianqi, the plump, middle-aged man said with a smile. Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion's manager. So, you are also Manager Jiang. Why? Does my #1 zither building have something to do with you? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Of course. This old man sold this shop to me back then. Furthermore, he registered it with the government office. I also paid the transfer fee. All the documents are complete. Hence, your zither building is mine. I bought it with money. Jiang Tianqi said with a cold smile. The surrounding cultivators were stunned when they heard Jiang Tianqi's words. What? 2 for 1. That old man sold 2 for 1. That's impossible. How can 2 for 1? Is the official registration fake? Is it young Master An? He bribed the Real Estate Transaction Bureau to falsify the registration just to snatch this street's #1 zither building. He is too shameless. The surrounding people cursed. Uncle He, what is going on? 2 for 1. How is that possible? When we registered and paid, no one said anything about this. Long Wanqing said with a frown. He Shikang smiled bitterly and said, that is indeed the case. Manager Jiang bought this place first, and you bought it later. This old man sold 2 for 1, so he needs to be punished severely. I am here this time to handle this matter impartially. 2 for 1. Gu Hai looked at young Master An and revealed a faint smile. Young Master An, you really put in a lot of effort. Snatching my zither building. However, do you know that it is only this piece of land at most? As long as my #1 zither building signboard is still there, I can reopen for business elsewhere at any time. But young Master An revealed a faint smile. He walked closer and said in a low voice, I know, but I don't care. Today, you are moving out. Aren't you reopening? You don't need to renovate. Ha 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 ha, if I snatch your shop today, I will snatch it again when you reopen after a month of renovations. Do you believe that I will make sure your zither building can't open for business? Young Master An's voice was very low, so low that the surrounding Xiuzha couldn't hear it. Only Long Wanqing heard it. She glared and said angrily, You, Luan. Gu Hai reached out and pulled Long Wanqing to stop Long Wanqing's anger. He turned to look at the city lord. City Lord He, you are here today to uphold justice. What kind of justice? Gu Hai said in a low voice. A country has its laws, and a trade has its rules. This shop was sold to Manager Jiang first, so naturally it should be returned to Manager Jiang. As for the money you used to buy this shop, I will help you investigate and return it to you. Solemnly, He Shikang said. Refund the shop. Close the shop. Gu Hai's face darkened. However, young Master An revealed a trace of a complacent smile. Shopkeeper Jiang also smiled complacently. A group of people eyeing the shop covetously and even brought the city lord mansion's army. Just to evict the number 1 zither building on this street? Of course, I can give you another option. Young Master An said with a cold smile. Oh. Gu Hai said with a frown. Manager Jiang Tianqi walked out from the side and said, I have a contract to buy this shop, together with all the documents. If Mr. Good doesn't mind, you and I can have a bet. What bet? If you win, I will give you this contract. I don't want this shop anymore. It will be yours. But if you lose, get out of Silver Moon City immediately and never come back. What do you think? Manager Jiang Tianqi said with a cold smile. If I win, I can continue the business. If you win, I will leave Silver Moon City. Gu Hai said coldly with a frown. Gu Hai, don't listen to them. I don't see such a shameless person. I will write a letter to the censor immediately. I want the censor to investigate. Is Silver Moon City still under His Holiness's jurisdiction? Reversing the truth and putting people in a desperate situation? Also, is the Silver Moon City army the Deqian army or the Luyang of Gojosian army? Long Wanqing said angrily. He Shikang's face darkened. However, young Master An revealed a cold smile. It was because he had considered the consequences on the surface that he went through the trouble of getting someone to set a trap and forge a contract. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have destroyed the number 1 zither building on this street. What do you want to bet on? Gu Hai said with a low voice. Chess. Jiang Tianqi said with a cold smile. Zither. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Long Wanqing was also slightly stunned. Did I hear wrongly? What is this Jiang Tianqi talking about? It's not zither, it's chess. It's Go. Jiang Tianqi emphasized again. Go. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Long Wanqing was also stunned. That's right. Ha ha ha. Do you think I will still play zither with you? You wish. Only a fool would play zither with you. If you want to have a foothold in Silver Moon City, you will have to beat me in Go. Jiang Tianqi said proudly. Long Wanqing stopped fooling around. She looked at young Master An and the rest in shock. At that moment, everyone looked at Gu Hai as if victory was in their hands. Everyone thought that Gu Hai was a zither master, an extremely powerful zither master. If they wanted to beat Gu Hai, they naturally couldn't play zither. There was no way they could win. Let's play Go then. Generally speaking, literary cultivators focused on only one aspect, the zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting. Gu Hai was so young, but his understanding of zither was so thorough. His understanding of Go was definitely terrible. Hence, they wanted to play Go with Gu Hai. You want to play Go with me? Oh, I forgot. You said that you are the manager of Silver Moon City's first chess pavilion? You are also one of Luyang of Gojosian's businesses. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Tianqi in confusion. That's right. Go and zither are worlds apart. Silver Moon City mainly cultivates the zither, but there are also Go cultivators. This humble one is Jiang Tianqi. Although I don't say that it is hard to find a match in Silver Moon City, I have seen countless Go manuals. Not long ago, the 9th young master played a Go game in the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. I was fortunate enough to watch it. Do you know the 9th young master? He is one of Guanqi's 9 sons, the one who inherited old man Guanqi's legacy. Jiang Tianqi said with a cold smile. Huh? The ninth young master. You watched the ninth young master's Go game? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Humph. To be more precise, it was the Go game left behind by old man Guanqi, the 28-line pair world Go game. Jiang Tianqi said proudly. You watched the 28-line pair world Go game? Gu Hai was shocked, and so was Long Wanqing. That's right. Although there is an even more incredible 29-line pair world Go game that I am not qualified to watch, I watched the 28-line pair world Go game for 3 days and 3 nights. Although I did not crack it in the end, I comprehended about 70 to 80% of it. Humph. Gu Hai, you still have a chance. Do you want to bet with me? Jiang Tianqi said proudly. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing opened their mouths in shock. What should they say? Young Master An smiled coldly and said, how about you take your people and leave the Zither Tower now and choose a new place to open for business? I will come and congratulate you when you open for business. Otherwise, we will play a game of Go with Jiang Tianqi. If you win, we will even give you this shop. If you lose, get out of Silver Moon City. Choose. That's right. Ever since I watched the 28-line pair world Go game, I have comprehended 8 unique incomplete pieces. Gu Hai, do you dare to bet with me? Jiang Tianqi looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. Gu Hai was speechless. Long Wanqing. Chapter 196. That's right. Ever since I studied the 28-line pair world Go puzzle, I comprehended 8 pieces of it. Gu Hai, do you dare to make a bet with me? Jiang Tianqi looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. Gu Hai was speechless. Long Wanqing. Young Master An and Jiang Tianqi are forcing Gu Hai to play Go. If it were a Zither duel, Gu Hai would definitely refuse. Long Wanqing would also help to stop it. However, a Go duel. Long Wanqing immediately stopped messing around. Gu Hai was stunned as well. There was a path to heaven, but you did not take it. There was no door to hell, so you barged in. Zither Dao. I am a master at faking it. Go Dao. That is my line of work. Master Gu, don't listen to him. Master Gu, we'll go shopping wherever you open the best Zither building on this street. Right, Master Gu, we support you. If we change places, we will definitely go there again. Go duel. They are a bunch of shameless people. If they are capable, then play the Zither. That's right. If you are capable, then play the Zither with Master Gu. The surrounding cultivators felt enraged. Silence. City Lord He Shikang shouted coldly. The surrounding soldiers immediately moved away from the restless cultivators. What's wrong? You don't dare. Jiang Tianqi sneered. That's right. Gu Hai, do you dare? Young Master An said with a smug smile. Go duel. It's not impossible. However, how can I trust you? Gu Hai said with a frown. Trust? What's not to trust? Young Master An said with a frown. If I win, will you honor it? Gu Hai asked with a frown. However, in young Master An's and Jiang Tianqi's eyes, Gu Hai seemed to have been forced into a corner, letting them do whatever they wanted. I am using my grandfather's name to have City Lord He Shikang host it. The entire city will bear witness. What else do you not believe? Do you not trust me or my grandfather? Young Master An said coldly. Is the City Lord willing to host? Gu Hai looked at He Shikang. He Shikang looked at Gu Hai strangely, then smiled and said, it's a coincidence that I'm here today. If you're willing to bet, I can be your witness. Gu Hai remained silent. Why not? Weren't you willing just now? Gu Hai, let me tell you, you just agreed to play chess. Now, even if you want to play chess, even if you don't want to play chess. Young Master An said coldly. Mr. Good, don't listen to him. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were extremely anxious. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped everyone's concern. He turned to look at young Masterin and said, since young Masterin has said so, it's not a big deal to play a game of chess. However, isn't this wager a little too small? Huh? Young Masterin was slightly stunned. He Shikang, Jiang Tianyi, Jiang Tianqi, and the rest were at a loss. How about this? If I lose, I'll leave Silver Moon City. I won't tear down the number 1 zither pavilion on this street. Other than taking my people with me, I'll leave the decorations inside unchanged. Moreover, I'll persuade all the shops to continue operating inside. I'll even leave the method of forging pianos to you. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Young Masterin looked at Gu Hai blankly. The others also looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. Is Gu Hai crazy? The number 1 zither pavilion on this street is a gold-swallowing mythical beast. Is he going to give it all away? Jiang Tianyi whispered to young Masterin, on the other hand, if you lose, the number 1 zither pavilion of Silver Moon City will belong to me. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Young Masterin's eyelids twitched wildly. This Gu Hai doesn't play by the rules. Shouldn't you be angry and resentful? Why are you so calm? Young Masterin, be careful of trickery. Jiang Tianyi whispered. Get lost. What trickery? Humph, I don't believe that he can beat Jiang Tianqi in chess. Young Masterin said angrily. Right, let me remind you one more time. Gu Hai looked at young Masterin and the others and said with a smile. What? I'm very good at chess. Gu Hai said with a smile. Young Masterin was speechless. Humph, very good at chess. Who are you trying to fool? I'll bet with you. Come, prepare the chessboard. Young Masterin suddenly shouted. Yes, sir. The subordinates answered. Young Masterin, I'll bet with you. The city lord and all the people in the city are witnesses. Can't you show some sincerity? Invite the transfer official here and bring the seal. Also, bring all kinds of property certificates. Once the game is over, you must accept your loss. Don't drag it out. What do you think? Gu Hai said in a low voice. I think you're the one who wants to drag it out. Everyone is here. All of you, go and bring me all the property rights of Silver Moon's first chess pavilion. Young Masterin said coldly. Yes, sir. The subordinates answered. Young Masterin looked at Gu Hai coldly. All the people in the city looked at young Masterin and his group angrily. They were worried for Gu Hai. Gu Hai also found all the property certificates of the first chess pavilion on the street and prepared to make a big bet. At the same time, everyone signed a contract to accept their loss. They signed Gu Hai's name, young Masterin's name, and the city lord's name as witnesses. There was no turning back. They could only wait for the moment the chess piece was placed. The people were worried. Meanwhile, on a small building not far away, Sima Changkong frowned and said, why did this Gu Hai agree? Maybe Gu Hai is also very good at chess. One of the subordinates beside him asked curiously. That's impossible. His Guqin Dao is so strong, and his mind is all in it. Even if he knows how to play chess, his knowledge should be limited. Jiang Tianqi is a professional chess player. Gu Hai has no advantage in a battle between the two of them. Sima Changkong said blankly. I don't know. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai in the distance in confusion. In another small building, Fairy Wan stood quietly in her room. She looked coldly at Gu Hai, who was standing amidst the crowd. A petty person getting his way. Do you think playing chess is like playing the Guqin? Can you play a game of canon while playing chess? Or can you play a game of pathos while playing chess? Let's see how you die. Fairy Wanner gritted her teeth and cursed softly. Soon, all the preparations were in place. The Dahan officials and young master and subordinates handed over their property rights to the officials in charge of the government. Once the results were out, they would immediately transfer the ownership. Now, everyone in the city witnessed it. There could be no lies. Gu Hai and Jiang Tianqi sat down. The Go game before them would decide the ownership of the two huge properties. Mr. Good, you first. Jiang Tianqi smiled confidently. Gu Hai smiled faintly and picked up a black Go stone. Then, he placed his hand on the Go board's Tianyuan position. Whoosh! The surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. Master Gu really doesn't know how to play chess. How can he place the first Go stone in the center's Tianyuan position? Isn't that a waste? It's over. Master Gu is going to lose. Placing the Tianyuan position is a waste. Although the surrounding cultivators had a limited understanding of Go, they still knew how to play it. Placing the first Go stone at Tianyuan was a waste of such a good opening move. In a small building in the distance, just as Sima Changkong was feeling sorry for Gu Hai, his pupils suddenly constricted. Placing the first Go stone at Tianyuan? Is Gu Hai that confident? Sima Changkong suddenly raised his eyebrows. In another small building, humph. Playing to the gallery. Fairy Wan said disdainfully. When Jiang Tianqi, young masteran, and the others saw Gu Hai place a Go stone, they all laughed. This is courting death. Jiang Tianqi slowly placed a white Go stone. Smack! 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 Gu Hai and Jiang Tianqi placed Go stones one after another. The surrounding cultivators fell silent, not daring to disturb Gu Hai's Go game. They all felt anxious for Gu Hai. Outside Silver Moon City, a flying ship slowly flew towards Silver Moon City from the distance. A gray-robed old man stood at the bow of the flying ship. At this moment, he was looking at the distant horizon. Lord Mo, we will arrive at Silver Moon City in 4 hours. Young Master and the others seemed to be in Silver Moon City. A subordinate said respectfully behind him. Lord Mo nodded and smiled. Silver Moon City, the world's #1 zither pavilion, and the properties of the princes. This time, I should be able to bring back a large amount of military funds. The war at the front lines has started. Money is needed everywhere. Young Masteran is overseeing Silver Moon City, so he should be fine. Moreover, I heard that the Silver Moon Villa's old master is going to hold a zither competition. During this period, the world's #1 zither pavilion will definitely make a lot of money. The subordinate smiled. Yes, the world's #1 zither pavilion, Silver Moon City's #1 zither pavilion. To be able to be named #1 in a city, it will definitely make a lot of money these days. Ha, you don't have to worry too much about the prince's military funds. Lord Mo laughed. Yes. Silver Moon City, in front of the street's #1 zither pavilion, clack. Gu Hai placed his last Go stone on the 9 and 5 position. In an instant, he removed 100 white Go stones from Jiang Tianqi. 100 white Go stones at a time. This was not just slaying dragons but swallowing dragons. Jiang Tianqi did not lose the entire game. Instead, he swept all his white Go stones clean. It was like when Sorrowful Sorrow was played in the entire city not long ago. Sorrowful Sorrow soared, destroying the dark clouds of fate. Gasp! Countless cultivators in the surroundings inhaled sharply. At first, they were worried that Gu Hai would lose. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu Hai used his absolute advantage to end the game. Jiang Tianqi's Go stones on the Go board were in a state of disarray. Gu Hai took all the rest. Jiang Tianqi was stunned at this moment. No! No! You cheated! You cheated! It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Jiang Tianqi was stunned. Why did I suddenly lose a large number of my Go stones? This is impossible. This is impossible. Jiang Tianqi stared at the Go board, trying to find a flaw in it. This can't be. It shouldn't be like this. Where are my ghost stones? Where are my ghost stones? Jiang Tianqi nearly went crazy. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. Fairy Wanner gaped in shock as she watched Gu Hai place his final ghost stone. This fellow won. Is it a coincidence? Fairy Wanner also goggled in disbelief. On another small pavilion, Sima Changkong took a deep breath and said, "The first stone is Tian Yuan, and the last stone is Jiu Wu? Is this a coincidence? Gu Hai's Go Dao is also so exquisite. Am I seeing things? It's true. Milord, the first stone is Tian Yuan, and the last stone is Jiu Wu. When the first stone is placed, the victor is already decided." A person behind him whispered. "Send people to the Thousand Islands Sea to investigate this Gu Hai's background. I want all the information, big or small." Sima Changkong said solemnly. "Ah. Milord, didn't you already make arrangements? Our people are already there." "No, send another group of people. Not just him, I want all the information on his family. I want the most detailed information." Sima Changkong said seriously. "Huh? Yes." No matter how shocked the surrounding people were, no matter how Jiang Tianqi tried to find a flaw in the Go board, the result was clear. Gu Hai won. "I already said that I am very good at Go." Gu Hai stood up with a faint smile. Chapter 197. On the street outside the first zither building. The countless cultivators in the surroundings stared at the Go board that had already ended. They all fell silent. Many of them had already rolled up their sleeves, waiting for Gu Hai to be bullied so that they could go up and help and repay Gu Hai's kindness. However, wasn't this the head shopkeeper of Silver Moon's first zither building, Jiang Tianqi? Wasn't he very good at Go? He was known as one of the top 10 Go masters in Silver Moon City. What was going on? He was completely destroyed by Gu Hai's moves. This time, he had lost 100 pieces. This was heaven-defying. Was Master Gu also that good at Go? Was this a coincidence? Great. Well played, Master Gu. Master Gu won. Quick, transfer the ownership of Silver Moon's first zither building to Master Gu. Ha ha ha, great. Master Gu is also good at Go. The surrounding cultivators immediately cheered. Long Wanqing said matter-of-factly. If you were to compete with the zither, Gu Hai did not have the concept of the zither and might not win. Yet, you insist on competing in Go? You're courting death, aren't you? As expected, the Thousand Islands Sea was too remote. Gu Hai's Go skills in the Thousand Islands Sea had not spread here. In Silver Moon City, only he and his subordinates knew about Gu Hai's Go skills. This was not a scam. Young Master An had asked for it. Long Wanqing also smiled. City Lord He, since you are the host, and the whole city is the witness, the outcome has been decided. Now, we can transfer the ownership. Young Master An used the name of Luyang of Gojoseon to bet. He Shikong frowned slightly, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Jiang Tianqi, didn't you say that you would definitely win? Didn't you say that you would win? Young Master An said angrily. Young Master An felt like he was going crazy. This was Silver Moon's first zither building. Although it was not as good as the world's first zither building, it was still a huge industry in Silver Moon City. It brought in a lot of military funds to his grandfather every year. He had destroyed the world's first zither building and did not know how to explain it to his grandfather. Now, he could not give away Silver Moon's first zither building as well. Young Master An can already imagine how terrible grandfather's punishment is. No, Young Master An, it's a coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Jiang Tianqi pointed at the chessboard and shouted. What coincidence? What coincidence? You tell me, what coincidence? You lost the Silver Moon's first chess pavilion. Young Master and glared at Jiang Tianqi furiously. It seemed as though he wanted to kill Jiang Tianqi. All around, when the subordinates saw young Master N's furious expression, no one dared to go forward to persuade him. Jiang Tianqi quivered and immediately shouted, "Young Master N, I want to play another round with him." Another round. It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence. He beat me by coincidence. Young Master N's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Jiang Tianqi said resolutely again, "Young Master N, as you know, Gu Hai is only good at the Zither Dao. He is clueless about the Go Dao. I can beat him. I have seen the 28-line pair World Go game. You know that. That is the 28-line pair World Go game. That is a Go game that can lay down the 28-line pair World Go formation. Gu Hai definitely cannot beat me." Young Master N glared at Jiang Tianqi with bloodshot eyes. "Young Master N, trust me. I will definitely make Gu Hai lose everything. I will definitely make Gu Hai lose until he kneels before you and allows you to humiliate and beat him." Jiang Tianqi swore. Young Master N's expression slowly eased. "Young Master N, thank you for letting me win," Gu Hai said with a faint smile. However, young Master N tossed Jiang Tianqi aside and looked at Gu Hai. He said, "No, you have to play another round." When the surrounding cultivators heard that, they immediately bristled. What? A bet is a loss. Young Master N is not admitting his loss. How did the Luyang of Gojoseon give birth to such a direct grandson? Going back on your word, you are ruining the reputation of the Luyang of Gojoseon. The countless surrounding cultivators glared at young Master N. Oh? Young Master N, do you mean to bet again? Or did you just say that you were betting in the name of the Luyang of Gojoseon? Does that not count? Gu Hai countered with a smile. What belongs to you is yours. These are not all the properties of my residence in Silver Moon City. There are other properties as well. I want to continue betting with you. I want to use other properties to bet with you. You have to bet. Young Master N shouted while glaring. Young Master N was frantic with anxiety. It was one thing for the best Zither Pavilion to close down, but he had to protect the best Go Pavilion in Silver Moon City. He had to win it back. Is it still Jiang Tianqi playing Go with me? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That's right. It is still Jiang Tianqi. However, this time, it is an incomplete piece. The incomplete piece that Jiang Tianqi comprehended from the 28-line pair World Go puzzle. Young Master N shouted while glaring. Long Wanqing stood quietly at the side, not saying anything. At this moment, she was already at a loss for words. The 28-line pair World Go puzzle was an incomplete piece. Jiang Tianqi had not fully comprehended the 28-line pair World Go puzzle, yet he dared to create an incomplete piece to make things difficult for Gu Hai. It is not impossible. However, young Master N, should you cash in your previous bet first? Only then can I continue playing Go with this great manager Jiang. Gu Hai asked with a smile. Transfer. Young Master N waved his hand. However, the city lord He Shikang released a long breath and nodded. The group of officials immediately transferred the properties. Everyone waited patiently. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Young Master N, this time, you transferred the properties before the city lord and all the people in the city. Don't cause another property dispute in a few days. Humph. We still don't know whether it is yours or not. Young Master N said coldly. Go and lead a group of people to Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion and take over the Go Pavilion. Gu Hai said to a Dahan official. Yes. That Dahan official answered. Under the lead of a few Dahan officials, the elite hall disciples immediately headed to Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion with some of young Master N's subordinates to take over. Jiang Tianqi, listen to me clearly. If you lose again, then bring your head to see me. Young Master N said coldly. Yes. Jiang Tianqi answered. Go and prepare for the Go puzzles. Young Master said. Yes. However, this subordinate is somewhat worried. I have 8 Go puzzles, and each has its own merits. I don't know which one to choose. Jiang Tianqi said with a frown. In that case, we'll play all 8 Go puzzles one by one. Bet with him one property at a time. If you lose one game, you lose one property. If you win one game, give me everything that Gu Hai won earlier, including this street's first zither pavilion, young Master said coldly. What? This is not fair. The stakes are not equal. How can young Master N's properties compare to this street's first zither pavilion? Indeed. Using all of Gu Hai's properties to bet with one of your properties. This is not fair. The surrounding cultivators shouted in shock and anger. Silence. The city lord snorted coldly. The surrounding army once again pushed the crowd of Shouja out. Gu Hai, you have to bet even if you don't want to. Young Master said with bloodshot eyes as he stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai gave young Master a strange look. Finally, he revealed a bitter smile and said, Young Master, actually, the anger in my heart has subsided over the past few days. You have also suffered significant losses. I think we should just forget about it. Everything will end here. How about it? Young Master Gu Hai is afraid. He is afraid. What happened earlier was just a coincidence. He is afraid of my Go puzzles, Jiang Tianqi said in pleasant surprise. No, you have to bet. Young Master said with a glare. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Tianqi and smiled faintly. Manager Jiang, you want to bet all of my assets to curry favor with young Master? You want to push me into the grave, but you do not know that you are digging a hole for yourself? Humph. You are bewitching people with lies. You were just lucky earlier. The 28-line pair world Go puzzle is not something you can understand. Do you think you can win? Ignorant brat. Jiang Tianqi shouted while glaring. The 28-line pair world Go puzzle? Ha! It is just a so-so. You think too highly of it. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Ha 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 ha. Then why don't you do it? Young Master shouted. Gu Hai was speechless. I am telling the truth. Why don't they believe me? All right. Prepare the proof of your property rights, sign the contract, and set the table. Gu Hai said helplessly. Long Wanqing stood at the side, silent. The surrounding cultivators started to worry about Gu Hai again. Jiang Tianqi had a smug expression, but young Master clenched his fists, feeling that something was wrong. Opposite, on a small building, Sima Changkong frowned slightly and said, could it be that what Gu Hai said is true? Young Master has not climbed out of the hole yet, and he fell in again. On another small building, Fairy Wanner also frowned as she looked at the center of the crowd in the distance. A villain intoxicated by success. Humph. Can you keep winning? At the south gate of Silver Moon City, one of the airships stopped. A group of subordinates dressed in black came down from the flying boat. At the very front, an old man dressed in gray walked in front. A group of immortal crane chariots quickly approached to get business. The group put away the flying boat and boarded the immortal crane chariots. Lord Mo, where are we going first? The world's #1 zither pavilion. A subordinate asked curiously. No, let's go to Silver Moon's first Go pavilion. I have not touched that deduction Go bed in a long time. That is a treasure left behind by old man Guanqi. Let's go there first. Ha ha ha. Lord Mo said with a faint smile. Yes. The group easily passed through the city gates with a token and rushed to a street in the city. Soon, the immortal crane chariots stopped before a huge Go pavilion. Quick! Quick! Move these things out. Quickly move them out. You have 1 hour. If you do not move them out, you are not allowed to move them out. A commotion broke out in front of the Go Pavilion. Countless cultivators were watching. The first Go Pavilion of Silver Moon lost to Great Master Gu. Good. They are going to trouble Great Master Gu. This is retribution. Serves them right. The surrounding cultivators cheered. However, Lord Mo, who alighted from the Immortal Crane chariot, changed his expression. Bastards, what are you doing? How dare you be so presumptuous in Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion? A black-clad subordinate immediately rushed forward. A Dahan official, who was scolding them, glared at him and said, "What are you doing? This is my master's property. The first Go Pavilion of Silver Moon already belongs to my master." How dare you? That black-clad subordinate immediately became angry. Who are you? This is Great Master Gu's shop. What are you doing? Could it be that young master arranged this? He is too much of a sore loser, right? Countless spectating Xiuzha immediately stood in front of the black-clothed man. Come back! Lord Mo shouted. The black-clad man retreated with a frown. Ah! Lord Mo! A person from the Go Pavilion who was moving the items immediately recognized the old man in gray. Oh! It's you! What's going on? Why did the first Go Pavilion of Silver Moon change owners? Lord Mo said coldly. That person stammered, not knowing where to start. Lord Mo narrowed his eyes and said, "Ha, you even dare to hide it from me? You really have guts. Do you know the consequences of hiding it from me?" Plop. That person knelt on the ground and said, "Lord Mo, this has nothing to do with me. It was young Master An who took the shopkeeper to the first Zither Pavilion on this street and made a bet with Gu Hai. He lost the Go Pavilion." A bet? How dare he? Jiang Tianqi actually dared to use the prince's property to make a bet? What about his brother? Jiang Tianyi? Didn't I tell him to keep an eye on him? Lord Mo said with a glare. The first Zither Pavilion in the world? The first Zither Pavilion in the world closed down. That person said bitterly while kneeling on the ground. Bastard, how could the first Zither Pavilion close down? Where are they? Young Master An, Jiang Tianyi and Jiang Tianqi. Lord Mo said coldly. They are still at the first Zither Pavilion on this street. It seems that they are still betting. That person said bitterly. Get in the carriage and take me to that first Zither Pavilion on this street. Also, tell me everything you know. If anyone dares to hide anything, I will exterminate their entire clan. Lord Mo said coldly. Yes. That person replied with a quiver. Chapter 198. At the Silver Moon Mountain Manor, the old manor lord sat in the pavilion and gently played the ancient zither that had already withered like a piece of rotten wood. When the sound of the zither came out, the surrounding vegetation in the valley withered and turned yellow. In the hazy mist, there seemed to be vague figures condensing into clouds. Suddenly, a trace of emerald green appeared in the withered and yellow forest. It was like a new life force broke through the decaying environment and was reborn from adversity. Buzz! However, before that trace of emerald green could grow, the surrounding withered and yellow forest buried it in the blink of an eye. Ha! I am not fated to enter again. My time is almost up. Perhaps this is also a kind of release. The old manor lord smiled faintly. The zither music slowly stopped. The old manor lord did not get angry at all. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Yun Mo, who was behind him. What's wrong? Did something happen in the city today? The old manor lord asked with a smile. Manor lord told me to pay attention to Gu Hai's situation. Today, no, even now, Gu Hai is still in the midst of a gambling match. Yun Mo smiled bitterly. A gambling match? A zither duel? The old manor lord asked, feeling confused. No, a chess match. Yun Mo said strangely. Then, Yun Mo described what he knew. Chess. Ha 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 ha. What a great chess match. This Gu Hai is really surprising, the old Manor Lord said with a smile. Manor Lord, this Gu Hai's background is very strange. It is very strange. Yun Mo said with a frown. It is good that it is strange. It is interesting when it is strange. My time is almost up, and I am lucky to be able to meet this Gu Hai before my soul scatters. With this memory, I will not be lonely when I go to the netherworld, the old Manor Lord said with a smile. However, Yun Mo frowned and said, Manor Lord, if you leave, what will happen to my Silver Moon Mountain Manor? Silver Moon Mountain Manor? Didn't I leave it to you? If I die, you will be the new Manor Lord. No one will dare to stop you. The old Manor Lord said solemnly. However, Manor Lord, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor cannot do without you. Yun Mo said worriedly. What's wrong with that? Silver Moon Mountain Villa was founded by your ancestor, I am just managing it on behalf of my teacher. My teacher is your great ancestor. Unfortunately, your clan has withered and you're the only one left in your generation. However, you're the rightful successor, nobody dares to deny it. Don't worry, all the disciples of Silver Moon Mountain Villa will listen to you, said the old villa master. But are you blaming me for giving away the last heavenly zither, the Gauchen? Sigh. Idiot, I'm giving it away for your own good. You don't have the ability to keep it. Once I am gone, Gauchen will definitely become the scourge of the Silver Moon Villa. But if I give it away, it will become the Silver Moon Mountain Villa's protection. Daqiansheng owes the Silver Moon Mountain Villa a favor, and Lu Yang of Gojoseon also owes the Silver Moon Mountain Villa a favor. Now, someone else will owe us a favor. I am doing this for your own good. You are too weak. A favor is the most important thing to protect you. The old manor master sighed slightly. I don't. Yun Mo shook his head. The old manor master smiled and said, Yun Mo, the heavenly zither is an unattainable thing for outsiders, but is it unattainable for the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? These 4 zither were all made by your ancestors. Their blood flows in your body. If they can make zither, can't you? Although you may not be very talented in music, you're more meticulous than anyone else when it comes to zither. Yun Mo, don't mind Gauchen. In the future, I hope you can strive for perfection and work hard to make a new heavenly zither. Yun Mo shook his head and said, Villa Master, I don't care about Gauchen. I also believe that one day, I will be able to make one. But, Villa Master, you can obviously survive. Survive? The old manor master's face turned cold. Yes, you can. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Zither Dao is different from other things. Zither Dao can seize the fortune of heaven and earth. You can use Zither Dao to live forever. Yun Mo shouted. Shut up. The old manor master glared at him. Yun Mo's face stiffened. What you're doing is evil. Zither Dao is Zither Dao. It's the righteous path of heaven and earth. Don't learn from those longevity masters. Humph, longevity cultivators are ranked first, but do you know what they are? They are evil, and demon. How many of them have a good ending? In the whole world, how many longevity masters are left? They are seeking death. In the end, they will only leave behind the destruction of their souls. Do you want to learn from them? The old manor master glared at him. Yun Mo bit his lips and his eyes turned slightly red. Villa Master treats me like a parent, but I don't want your soul to be destroyed. Idiot, everyone will die one day. Sigh. The old manor master sighed slightly. Master Mo led a group of people to the first zither pavilion. Along the way, the staff of the chess pavilion described everything they knew about Gu Hai. Oh. Elite Hall's Water Division Master. He threw away 700,000 high-grade spirit stones to save a group of acquired realm cultivators. Then, he opened the first zither pavilion, and in less than 2 months, he crushed the first zither pavilion in the world. A strange musical instrument that earns a lot of money every day. Master Mo frowned and pondered. Yes, young Master An and manager Jiang Tianyi have been competing hard, but they can't win. The staff of the chess pavilion said respectfully. The point deduction method is wonderful. It's survival of the fittest. Of course, they can't win. This Gu Hai is indeed a talent. No, he's a genius. Master Mo's eyes lit up. Ah. Master Mo didn't care about other people's reactions. He slowly stepped off the crane carriage. With his subordinates opening the way, he squeezed the crowd of cultivators away and slowly walked into the inner part. Pa! Thank you. Gu Hai's voice came from the inner part. Good job, Master Gu. Kill him, ha 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 ha. Young Master An, hurry, hurry, the 7th property, give it to Master Gu. You only have 1 chance left. Ha ha ha, there's only 1 round left. I wonder how many properties young Master An has left to bet. The surrounding people cheered. Young Master An's insults and Jiang Tianqi's sorrowful and indignant voice came from the crowd. Master Mo paused as he looked around at the shouting crowd. He frowned slightly and said, what the people want. Young Master An, against such an opponent, you are destined to lose. Huh? Master, I heard that there's 1 more round. A subordinate whispered. 1 more round? He already lost. How can there be 1 more round? Humph. He squandered away all of His Highness' properties. Master Mo said coldly. Master Mo slowly walked to the end of the crowd, where a large number of soldiers were blocking him. Master Mo took out a medallion. A subordinate quickly delivered the medallion to the city lord, He Shikang. When He Shikang saw the medallion, his expression changed, and he immediately turned his head. Just as he was about to speak, Master Mo shook his head gently. Go and invite that Mr. over. Be more polite. He Shikang instructed the subordinate in a soft voice. Yes. Master Mo was quietly brought to a spot not far from He Shikang. He left the other subordinates at the periphery. The place was too chaotic. Many people did not notice that there was another person beside He Shikang. However, in a small pavilion in the distance, Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. Mo yike? Master Mo looked at the field quietly. In the last game, Gu Hai only placed 3 pieces and solved it instantly. 3 pieces? Only 3 pieces. Thank you, young Master An. Gu Hai stood up and smiled. Impossible, impossible. I carefully prepared the incomplete piece, comprehended from the 28 lines of heaven and earth. How could it be solved? No, no. Jiang Tianqi had already lost his mind. Die. Young Master An flew into a rage out of humiliation and struck out with his palm. Pfft. Jiang Tianqi was sent flying by the palm and spat out a mouthful of blood. Young Master An. Jiang Tianyi and the others called out worriedly. Luan, are you such a sore loser? If you're willing to bet, you're willing to admit defeat. If you lose, you lose. These properties will belong to the first zither pavilion on this street. Long Wanqing stood in front of Gu Hai and glared at Luan. Gu Hai pulled Long Wanqing away. At this time, he did not want to hide behind a woman. Young Master An, if you want to teach this insensible subordinate a lesson, please go back and do so. This is the first zither pavilion on this street. This is not your house. Gu Hai said coldly. Young Master An was furious. This is not my house. What nonsense is this first zither pavilion? Someone, tear it apart for me. Fang Mingho, tear down the first zither pavilion on this street and raze it to the ground. Young Master An roared with bloodshot eyes. Not far away, Master Mo narrowed his eyes and prepared to stop young Master An. However, the subordinate behind young Master An with a golden core on his back moved too quickly. Ha! With a loud shout, a huge golden energy saber slashed toward the first zither pavilion on this street. The vast power swept up a storm in an instant. Oh no, they're going to destroy the first zither pavilion on this street. Go and stop them. No, help Master Gu. It's too late. It's too late. This person is from the Yuanying state. And he's from the Yuanying state at its peak. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed. However, no one could save them in time. Was the first zither pavilion on this street going to be destroyed just like that? Young Master N's eyes were red. The surrounding cultivators were restless. A group of soldiers blocked the people. The first zither pavilion on this street was about to be destroyed. Long Wanqing and Mu Chenfeng looked anxious. Gu Hai, on the other hand, smiled coldly. At this moment, rolling clouds suddenly appeared at the first zither pavilion on this street. As soon as the clouds appeared, a loud shout came from inside, I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my aura is unparalleled. With a loud shout, a Fangtian halberd suddenly appeared in the clouds. The Fangtian halberd slashed toward Fang Mingho's golden saber. Hong! A super loud sound was heard, and the storm instantly swept in all directions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Fang Mingho's golden saber was blocked. Moreover, the powerful force knocked Fang Mingho into the first zither pavilion in the world. Rumble. The first zither pavilion in the world collapsed. What? Young Master N's expression changed. This is... Jiang Tianqi, who was vomiting blood on the ground, said in shock. Oh, this is the 28-line pair heaven and earth formation. I've made a lot of spiritual stones recently, so I set up a strengthened version. Gu Hai said with a smile. The 28-line pair heaven and earth formation. Impossible, impossible. How do you know the 28-line pair heaven and earth formation? Jiang Tianqi roared, his eyes wide open. I told you before that the 28-line pair heaven and earth formation is nothing, but you didn't believe me. There's nothing I can do. Gu Hai shook his head and sighed. You know the 28-line pair heaven and earth formation? You knew it long ago. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Pfft. Jiang Tianqi vomited another mouthful of blood. The 28-line pair heaven and earth formation that he was so proud of was just Gu Hai's leftovers. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Tianqi was in despair. Young Master N's eyes widened. Young Master N was well aware of Fang Mingho's strength, but the formation had actually blocked it all. So Gu Hai knew the 28-line pair heaven and earth formation that Jiang Tianqi had been so proud of. How could this be? Young Master N, enough is enough. Gu Hai said indifferently. Bastard, those properties belong to my grandfather. Gu Hai, I won't let you go, I won't let you go. He Shikang, take Gu Hai for me. Take him for me. I'm going to confiscate his property. Young Master N roared with a ferocious expression. He looked at City Lord He Shikang as he roared, but he saw He Shikang standing there motionless, while the grey-robed old man beside him was looking at him coldly. Ah! Mr. Mo, why are you here? Young Master N's expression changed, and he shuddered. Oh, Young Master N, you still remember me. Young Master N, you're so capable. You ruined the Lord's properties one by one. Are you happy? Lord Mo sneered. Ah. Mr. Mo, listen to me, it's all Gu Hai's fault. He lied to us. By the way, Mr. Mo, you're also very good at chess. You've played the 29-line pair heaven and earth formation before. You must be able to beat him. You must be able to win it back. Young Master N ran over with excitement. Slap. However, Mr. Mo suddenly struck out with his palm. The slap was very light, but it was extremely loud. If it was light, it was just an ordinary slap. If it was loud, it was because after the slap, Everyone on the street fell silent and sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of person was this? Was he so awesome? That was young Master An, the grandson of Liu Yang of Gojoseon. How could he just slap him like that? You dare to hit me? I am. Young Master An covered his mouth and stared at Mr. Mo, the Lord's grandson. Ha, believe it or not, as long as I tell the Lord, you're no longer the grandson of the Lord. Even your father can forget about being the son of the Lord's first wife. Among your uncles, a large group of them are clapping their hands and cheering. Mr. Mo said coldly. Young Master An covered his mouth and shuddered. He looked at Mr. Mo, gritted his teeth, and finally lowered his head. Not far away, Long Wanqing whispered to Gu Hai, this is Liu Yang of Gojoseon's #1 strategist, Mo Yike. Liu Yang of Gojoseon values him very much. I can see that. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. With one slap, young Master An had no temper. It was obvious that he was in Liu Yang of Gojoseon's camp. Mr. Mo, I did wrong, but you can win it back. Young Master An covered his mouth and said politely in a low voice. It seems that you still haven't learned enough. I won't help you gamble, Mr. Mo looked at young Master An coldly. Young Master An's face stiffened, and his eyes were full of grievance. Oh, it seems that I have to mention it to the Lord. Are the teachers in the family school all useless? How could they teach you such a thing? Didn't the school teachers teach you gambling? Mr. Mo said coldly. Gambling? Huh? Mr. Mo, you said that Gu Hai cheated? Young Master An said in surprise. Slap. Mr. Mo slapped him again. The surroundings were quiet. Young Master An covered his mouth on both sides and looked at Mr. Mo in shock. Gambling. It's to teach you the knowledge to be on guard when gambling in the future. The first lesson is that you lose 10 out of 10 gambles. You can't gamble easily. The second lesson is to know yourself and your enemy to win 100 battles. To set up a bet, you must understand the opponent's situation. Do you know yourself and your enemy? Do you know Gu Hai's situation? How dare you set up a bet? I've never seen a fool like you who sets up a bet. You're the banker, but you lost everything. You still have the nerve to mention gambling? Know yourself and your enemy. It's fine if you don't know Gu Hai's situation, but you don't even know your own situation. Jiang Tianqi's chess skills, do you think he's invincible? Find someone to set up a bet. Mo Yike said coldly. Me. Young Master An opened his mouth. Jiang Tianyi. Mo Yike looked at Jiang Tianyi, who was not far away. Here. Jiang Tianyi said fearfully. How dare you set up a bet in the Lord's name? Are you trying to frame the Lord? Mo Yike glared. I. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly. Mr. Mo, I'm the one who lost these properties. You can't just throw them away like that, right? Young Master An said fearfully. Mo Yike reached out his right hand. Young Master An covered his mouth with both hands, not daring to say anything. Humph, you're shameless, but the Lord is. If you lose, you lose. Do you want to rob him? Mo Yike glared. Slap. Another slap landed on young Master An's face. Well done. Mr. Mo, well done. You're embarrassing the Lord. You deserve it. The cultivators around them laughed. Although it seemed abrupt at first, they got used to it after a while. Seeing young Master An get hit by Mr. Mo, the crowd was very satisfied. Fang Mingho, who walked out of the ruins, was surprised to see Mo Yike. He stood aside respectfully, not daring to go forward. Jiang Tianyi, I thought highly of you before. That's why I entrusted you with the affairs of Silver Moon City. How dare you mess it up like this? Mo Yike looked at Jiang Tianyi coldly. Please punish me, sir. Jiang Tianyi knelt down and said bitterly. What did you do wrong? Do you know now? Mo Yike looked at Jiang Tianyi coldly. There are rules in every profession. From the beginning, I couldn't let young Master and do whatever he wanted in the #1 music tower. Then, I made more mistakes. I didn't stop young Master and in time. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly. You can still be saved. You still know that there are rules in the industry. You can reap what you sow. I have told you before that you can't step out of the circle. You really have a good memory. Mo Yike said coldly. Jiang Tianyi knelt on the ground, not daring to speak. After Mo Yike vented his anger, he turned to look in Gu Hai's direction. Mo Yike greets Elite Hall Master and Mr. Good. Mo Yike's expression instantly became gentle. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. Greetings, Mr. Mo. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, young Master and is young and frivolous. I apologize to Mr. Good on their behalf. Mo Yike bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Bowing to Gu Hai. The surrounding crowd was stunned. The moment Mr. Mo arrived, he gave young Master a few slaps in a domineering manner. Now, he was bowing to Gu Hai. Gu Hai was also slightly stunned. Mr. Mo, you're too polite. You don't have to do this. It's my duty. I'm just expressing my attitude to Mr. Good. Luan and the others' actions don't represent His Highness' actions. His Highness has always been thirsty for talents like Mr. Good. I'm not talented, but I just want to be on good terms with Mr. Good. I sincerely invite Mr. Good to work together. Mo Yike said with a smile. Long Wanqing stared at Mo Yike with wide eyes. What was going on? Was he trying to poach him? They had just met, and he was already trying to help Liu Yang of Gojoseon recruit Gu Hai. In a small attic not far away. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. This Mo Yike is indeed Liu Yang of Gojoseon's #1 strategist. He immediately saw the value of Gu Hai and wants to recruit subordinates for Liu Yang of Gojoseon. He's really quick to act. Countless cultivators around them looked at this scene blankly. They couldn't keep up with this pace. They were fighting to the death just now, but in the blink of an eye, they were treating the wise with courtesy. Gu Hai also looked at Mo Yike blankly. He then smiled bitterly. Mr. Mo, you must be joking. In this situation, isn't Mr. Mo's efforts futile? Don't ever mention this again. No, Mr. Good doesn't know His Highness's attitude towards talents. As long as Mr. Good is willing to enter His Highness's residence, then young Master and... he won't be His Highness's legitimate grandson anymore. He'll be an ordinary royal grandson. Mr. Good, you don't have to worry about him causing you trouble. Mo Yike said. Young Master N's expression changed. He looked terrified. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Did Mr. Mo have so much power? Legitimate grandson? That was the highest status among Liu Yang of Gojoseon's grandchildren. If Liu Yang of Gojoseon passed away, his legitimate grandson would succeed him. If his legitimate grandson passed away, his legitimate grandson would succeed him. Mr. Mo just removed his status just like that. Chapter 199. With Mo Yike's promise, all the cultivators on the streets suddenly quietened down. In order to invite Gu Hai, he did not hesitate to remove young Master N's position. Wasn't he placing too much importance on Gu Hai? In a small pavilion not far away. Sima Changkong's expression changed. Mo Yike, you really dare to say that? Sima Changkong's eyes flashed with anxiety. Sir, could that Mo Yike be deliberately degrading young Master N and elevating Gu Hai just to restore Liu Yang of Gojoseon's reputation? After all, the surrounding cultivators are all on Gu Hai's side? A subordinate at the side said. No, Mo Yike is not that. He has such courage. Who would have thought, who would have thought? I still underestimated this Mo Yike. He really is a character. Sima Changkong said with a heavy expression. Sir, It can't be. Is that Gu Hai really that powerful? Is it worth it? This time, if not for, I would have thought of a way to recruit him. You don't understand. Some people are like gold in a pile of dirt. You can see the dazzling brilliance in one glance. Sima Changkong said with a frown. In the distance, young Master An had a frightened expression. But at this moment, young Master An did not dare to be presumptuous. Who was Imo Yike? Young Master An knew better than anyone that he was the #1 strategist under his grandfather. His grandfather trusted him more than his own children. If Imo Yike went to his grandfather would definitely agree without hesitation. Find trouble with Imo Yike himself? Don't joke. If he dared to find trouble with him, Imo Yike would not even need to tell his grandfather. His grandfather would definitely immediately take away all his positions. This was also the reason why he did not dare to retaliate and Imo Yike slapped him just now. At this moment, he looked at Gu Hai, who was not far away, and hoped that Gu Hai would not agree. Imo Yike looked at Gu Hai with utmost sincerity. Gu Hai smiled wryly and said, Mr. Imo, you're being too polite. I'm Class 1 Hall's Water Division Master, and I can be considered a colleague, right? As for entering the prince's mansion, I am just a country bumpkin. I still know my place. Being the water branch leader is already my limit. Gu Hai refused, but Imo Yike was not angry at all. He smiled and said, Mr. Good, I know that my words just now were abrupt, but the door of the prince's mansion will always be open to you. You will know the sincerity of the prince's mansion in the future. Gu Hai smiled and didn't say anything. All right, I'll take my leave as well. I wish Mr. Good's shop a prosperous business. Imo Yike said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Imo, for your auspicious words. Gu Hai nodded. Mayor He, since young Master An has lost these properties in the name of the prince, then quickly transfer the ownership. Let's end today's matter here. Mr. Imo looked at Mayor He. All right. Mayor He nodded. With Mr. Imo in charge, the transfer of the properties was extremely fast. Young Master An's expression changed drastically. Was everything a foregone conclusion? He had lost so many properties this time, and his grandfather did not know how to blame him. After the transfer, Mayor He withdrew his troops. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were no longer noisy, and everyone was happy. Ding! Suddenly, the sound of a guqin came from the sky above Silver Moon City. Oh! The people who were about to leave suddenly frowned and stopped, looking at the sky in confusion. Ding, ding, ding. Another 3 guqin sounds rang out continuously, resonating through the entire city. The clouds above Silver Moon City suddenly turned colorful. This is the old village master playing the guqin. That's right, the sound of the clouds. I remember it was the same last time. Old village master, what is this? Countless cultivators were confused. Buzz! Suddenly, hundreds of light beams shot down from the colorful clouds, flying in all directions in the city. 7 of them went straight to the street where Gu Hai was. 2 of them shot into 2 small lofts not far away. They were where Sima Changkong and Fairy Wan lived. 3 of them shot towards Mayor He Shikong, young Master An, and Fang Mingho. 2 of them flew towards Mu Qinfeng and Gu Hai. Buzz! It was a green light that suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at the thing in the green light in front of him with wide eyes. It was a little girl who was as tall as a finger. Only as tall as a finger. There was a pair of transparent wings on the little girl's back. They were flapping rapidly. The fluttering of the wings seemed to form a beautiful melody. This is... Gu Hai stared with wide eyes. Thumbelina. And transparent wings? This is an elf. A musical elf formed by the old village master's guqin. Long Wanqing explained. Countless cultivators around also stared with wide eyes in surprise. An elf? Gu Hai was confused. The reason why the Guqin Dao is ranked first among the Wenxiu is because the Guqin Dao can create souls with the sound of the Guqin. However, it is not something a normal person can achieve. Even Fairy Wan, who fought with you before, didn't reach that level. Creating souls. The old village master created souls with the sound of the Guqin. This is a kind of soul without attributes, an ethereal soul. Everything is controlled by the player. They can also be called the essence of souls, so they are called elves. Long Wanqing explained. Essence of souls, elves. Gu Hai stared at Thumbelina in front of him with wide eyes. This was created by the sound of the Guqin. The Guqin Dao. This was the Guqin Dao. In the Thousand Islands Sea, Gu Hai already knew how powerful the Go Dao was. The Go skill could set up arrays and create worlds. Although he didn't know much about the Guqin Dao, the scene before him deeply shocked Gu Hai. Creating souls. Humans had 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. If the Guqin Dao could create souls, wouldn't it be able to seize the good fortune of the world and create new living beings? Create new races? Was this the Guqin Dao? The little elf in front of him looked at Gu Hai and said, "Owner of the invitation, I am the village master of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Your whereabouts are unknown, so I can only use this elf to communicate with you. In 10 days, please head to the Silver Moon Sea on time. The Guqin Dao conference will be held there in 10 days. Please prepare early." Huh? Gu Hai showed a confused expression. Rumble. The little fairy flapped its wings and immediately rushed toward the clouds in the sky. In a flash, it rushed into the clouds. Whoosh! Hundreds of elves charged into the colorful clouds together. Ding! 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 Amid the sounds of the Guqin, the colorful clouds slowly dissipated. It was as if nothing had happened, leaving behind countless shocked cultivators looking at the little elf that flew away. Little elf? Soul essence? The old village master created it with the sound of the Guqin. Gu Hai was still deeply shocked. Not far away, in a small pavilion, Fairy Wan Er's eyes flashed with unwillingness and sourness. Humph. Soul essence? Elves? What's so great about that? I am about to break through my bottleneck. I will be able to create soon. Humph. Clearly, not long ago, she wanted to compete with the old village master in the Guqin but failed. Now, with the appearance of the elf, the outcome was clear. Fairy Wan only felt sourness in her heart. Elf. I saw an elf. Finally, a cultivator cried out excitedly. The old village master's Guqin Dao is so powerful. Elf. It's really an elf. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Countless cultivators were excited. Mo Yike suddenly raised his eyebrows. Silver Moon Sea. Mr. Mo, will Silver Moon Sea? Young Master An approached carefully. Let's go. Mr. Mo said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone around responded. City Lord he also quickly followed and left. Long Wanqing looked at everyone's backs as they left. She smiled and said, Gu Hai, you're rich this time. You've earned so many properties. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, these industries are nothing. As long as the people are still around and there are startup funds, they can still rise up again immediately. That Mr. Mo is much more thorough than Mr. An. Huh? Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. She shook her head and said, but even so, it will take a long time for them to recover. It will take a while, but didn't you see? As soon as Mr. Mo came, everyone around him no longer rejected Liu Yang of Gojoseon's properties. He's a powerful figure. Gu Hai said solemnly. You mean? He was just putting on a show just now. Not entirely, but part of the reason is in there. Gu Hai shook his head. You're not really going, are you? Long Wanqing bit her lip. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. No, don't worry. Staying at the elite hall is much more comfortable than staying at the Luyang of Gojosian mansion. Gu Hai said with a smile. That's good. Long Wanqing smiled. The army of the mayor's mansion left, but there were still many cultivators on the street. Everyone, thank you for your previous support. Today, the number 1 zither pavilion on this street is offering a 10% discount. Gu Hai said with a smile. Ha ha ha, 10% discount. You must buy one. Mr. Good is so generous. The surrounding cultivators were also very happy. Many people rushed into the number 1 zither pavilion on this street. Gu Hai and his group also slowly left the crowd's sight. After returning to a room, Mu Chenfeng frowned and said, Mayor, he used to be very fond of the old hall master. I didn't expect that he would help young master and against us. It's really cold when the person is gone. Long Wanqing nodded. Obviously, when she called He Shikang uncle at the beginning, he didn't react at all. No, He Shikang's behavior is a little strange. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh. Although he was on young Master N's side, he didn't have the intention to curry favor with young Master N. It was as if he was helpless. Gu Hai frowned. Oh. Long Wanqing was puzzled. Let's go visit Mayor He. Gu Hai said solemnly. Okay. Long Wanqing nodded. Chapter 200. Silver Moon Villa. In the pavilion. Cough, cough, cough. The old manor lord coughed. Yunemo stood behind him worriedly and asked, Manor Lord, are you feeling better? The old manor lord smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm old after all. Playing the voice of the soul is exhausting. 10 days later. Silver Moon Ocean. Yunemo frowned. Yes, Silver Moon Ocean. That's where Mr. Silver Moon left behind. Hee, Luyang of Gojosian. Does he think I don't know? The old manor lord sighed. Know what? Yunemo asked blankly. It's better that you don't know. Even I can't do anything about it. Yunemo, after I leave, you take good care of Silver Moon Villa. Remember, Silver Moon Villa is at a disadvantage if we rely on others. Only by becoming stronger can we be fundamental. All these years, I couldn't support Silver Moon Villa, so I used the Heavenly Qin in exchange for favors. If it was during Mr. Silver Moon's time, even if he put the Heavenly Qin at the door, who would dare to take it? All the forces in the world are proud of befriending him. If there is a thief, there is no need for Mr. Silver Moon to do anything. Thousands of forces will uproot them. The old manor lord sighed. Manor Lord, you are already very powerful. I am far inferior. Yunemo said bitterly. Powerful? Hee. I hope you are more powerful than me, so that you can take care of this villa. The old manor lord looked at Yunemo. Yes. Manor Lord, don't worry, you won't die. Yunemo gritted his teeth and said. Idiot, who can't die before becoming an immortal? The old manor lord smiled bitterly. Manor Lord, Mo Yike is outside the villa, requesting to see you. At this time, a disciple ran up. Mo Yike? The old manor lord raised his eyebrows. Yes, Mr. Mo Yike said that he will come in alone. His followers will stay outside and ask to see the old manor lord. He has important matters to discuss. The disciple said. The old manor lord was silent for a while, then nodded and said, Let him in. Yes. Soon, Mo Yike was brought to the pavilion. Mo Yike greets Manor Master Silvermoon. Mo Yike said politely. Mr. Mo, you're too polite. My body is weak, so I can't welcome you from afar. Please forgive me, Mr. Mo. The old manor lord said with a smile. This is the young manor lord. You are indeed a young hero. Mo Yike bowed slightly to Yunemo. I wouldn't dare. Yunemo replied. Young Villa Master, you're too polite. Silvermoon Villa Master, I am here on behalf of the prince to present a big gift to the old Villa Master. It can help the old manor lord avoid the problem of his lifespan. Mo Yike said with a smile. Oh. The manor lord was puzzled. Mo Yike looked at Mo. It was as if he wanted to avoid it. Soon, Mo will be the Villa Master. There is no need to avoid it. The old Villa Master said indifferently. Of course. However, this item requires the young manor lord's confirmation. Mo Yike said with a slight frown but immediately changed the topic. Oh. The old Villa Master saw Mo Yike take out a jade box and hand it to Mo out of curiosity. Mo presented the jade box to the old Villa Master. Open it and take a look. The old Villa Master said. Yes. Mo slowly opened the jade box, and a golden light came out of it. Then, he saw a golden peach in the jade box. This peach looked very similar to the century lifespan immortality peach that Gu Hai obtained in the past. However, the bottom half of this peach was blood red. This is? Mo asked, feeling confused. The century lifespan immortality peach. It comes from the innate puzzle world. Eating one can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. It can increase the old Villa Master's lifespan by 100 years. Mo Yike said with a smile. What? The century lifespan immortality peach? A lifespan immortality peach? Villa Master, you can increase your lifespan by 100 years. Mo immediately showed joy on his face. However, the old Villa Master did not feel excited. Instead, his eyelids twitched wildly. The Luyang of Gojoseon obtained the century lifespan immortality peach tree. That's right. He just took it out of the innate puzzle world not long ago. However, someone had already plucked the century lifespan immortality peach tree at that time, leaving only the empty tree. His Highness spent a lot of effort to nurture 10 more. Right after he nurtured them, he got me to send them over, Mo Yike said with a smile. The old Villa Master shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. Many thanks for His Highness's kind intentions. However, this humble one truly does not have the fortune to enjoy them. Huh? Mo Yike said, feeling confused. Villa Master. Mo said anxiously. The old Villa Master shook his head slightly and said, there is more than one lifespan plant in the world. If this old man were to cast aside his pride and go and ask for more, I could get some. However, this old man never thought of that. Does Mr. Mo know why? The innate puzzle world opens once every 2 centuries. This old man could also go and ask for more. After all, this old man could be considered familiar with Old Man Guanxi in the past. However, I did not. Why is that? Mr. Mo asked, feeling confused. A lifespan plant steals the world's lifespan. That is too harmful. The century lifespan immortality peach tree only bears fruit once every century. However, the Luyang of Gojoseon managed to nurture new fruits in just a few months. Mr. Mo should know about this, right? The old Villa Master smiled bitterly. Mr. Mo frowned slightly. Villa Master, what's wrong with the lifespan plant? Why can't it be eaten? Mo asked anxiously. The old Villa Master looked at Mo and smiled bitterly. Do you know about the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the innate puzzle world? Do you know what the century lifespan immortality peach tree's nourishment is? Huh. Back then, in Old Man Guanxi's hands, the century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots were planted in the netherworld. Do you know that? The tree is in the world of the living, and its roots are in the netherworld. However, the nourishment in the netherworld is Een souls. Do you know that? What are Een souls? They are Een souls that died an unnatural death. They are the Een souls' lifespan that they did not manage to use up in time. Do you know that? I heard that the old man Guanqi even asked someone called the Unborn Man to help him in the netherworld. Ha! Do you know how many Yin souls are gathered in 1 century lifespan immortality peach? Do you think I can eat an immortality peach nourished by Yin souls? A lifespan plant that uses Yin souls as nourishment? That unborn man Guanqi will not have a good ending. This is the cycle of the heavens. It is not that retribution is not coming, but that it is not time yet, the old villa master explained. Ah! Yunemo felt slightly stunned. I am not even willing to eat that century lifespan immortality peach. Do you think I will eat this? Do you see the blood-red color on the bottom half of this century lifespan immortality peach? The Luyang of Gojoseon used living people as its nourishment, right? The old villa master suddenly looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike's eyelids twitched, but he did not say anything. Living people? Living people as nourishment for the century lifespan immortality peach? Yunemo exclaimed in shock. That's right. Directly taking away a living person's lifespan is too gory. Mr. Mo, you should put it away yourself. This old man cannot accept it, the old villa master said with a faint smile. Mr. Mo smiled bitterly and said, all right. Since the old villa master is not willing to accept it, then forget it. Mr. Mo, is there anything else? The old villa master looked at Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo looked at the old villa master and remained silent for a while. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, there is nothing else. I will take my leave as well. Yunemo, send Mr. Mo off. The old villa master said with a smile. Yes. Yunemo returned the century lifespan immortality peach. Mr. Mo bowed slightly and was slowly sent off by Yunemo. After the two left, the old villa master looked at Mr. Mo's departing figure and frowned. Sigh. What a shrewd Mr. Mo. I know you want to change the venue of the Guqin lecture conference, but the Silver Moon Villa doesn't want to get involved in your affairs. This time, the Guqin lecture conference must be held in the Silver Moon Sea. You can see my determination, but you won't mention it. Ha! I don't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing that Luyang of Gojoseon has a subordinate like you. The old villa master smiled bitterly. He picked up a small cloth at the side and gently wiped the almost rotting zither again. Silver Moon City, City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion was on a huge floating island. There were many guards guarding it, and there was a group of large palaces above it. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing slowly walked out of a large hall. There were also some guards around them. Leader Long, Mr. Good, you have the wrong person. I have been living in Silver Moon City all these years. Leader Long's mother was killed in the Thousand Islands Sea. How would I know? Moreover, I am only in the Yuanying state. Leader Long won't suspect me, right? The city lord He Shikong smiled bitterly. No, I just have no clue. I remember that Uncle He used to go to my mother's zither recitals. My mother even asked me to call you Uncle He. That's why I want to see if Uncle He has any clues. Long Wanqing said dejectedly. He Shikong was stunned. Sadness flashed in his eyes as he said, your mother. Ha, who would have thought that such a beautiful person would die? Sigh. Uncle He, are you feeling sad for my mother? But why? Long Wanqing opened her mouth and asked in confusion. Halfway through her sentence, Gu Hai pulled her back slightly. She looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai shook his head. Long Wanqing didn't say much and nodded. City Lord He, since you don't have any clues, that's fine. Sorry for disturbing you this time. Gu Hai said with a slight smile. All right. City Lord He nodded. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing said goodbye and left the City Lord's mansion. Gu Hai, why did you interrupt me just now? I was just about to ask He Shikong why he didn't come to pay my respects to my mother. Long Wanqing asked curiously on the way. Don't ask. You won't get an answer. He Shikong is being watched. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ah. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Do you remember the guard not far from Hishikang? From the moment we entered the city lord's mansion, he had been protecting city lord He. Wherever we went, he followed us. We passed through 3 corridors and 2 halls. Furthermore, during the day, that guard was also standing by Hishikang's side when he came to my first zither pavilion to cause trouble. Gu Hai said. Ah. You remember that? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Since I suspected city lord He, naturally, I paid more attention to the people around him. Gu Hai explained. It's all thanks to you. Long Wanqing said gratefully. City lord He is being watched? How can that be? How are we going to continue investigating? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Do you remember the spirit from earlier? City lord He also has a qualification notice. Perhaps we can ask him at Silver Moon Sea. Gu Hai suggested. Long Wanqing nodded. The two returned to Xiaoya Mountain Manor. Venerable Lun Yan and Shangguan Hen happened to return as well. Shangguan Hen, how was your trip this time? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Your Majesty, we tracked them to Silver Moon Sea. There is Prime Xuanwu's head in Silver Moon Sea. An entire head. If I can obtain it, I can reach the Yuanying state, Shangguan Hen said with some excitement. Oh. Silver Moon Sea again. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Yes. Furthermore, we also saw Sin Dragons. They are the Sin Dragons that young master and brought to hunt Xuanwu in the Northern Sea. They are at Silver Moon Sea, blocking our path. Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Chapter 201. Silver Moon City was a huge city near the sea. The vast sea lay to the northeast of the city. Gu Hai's group left the city and quickly headed for the vast sea on a flying ship. On the deck, Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, Long Wanqing, and Venerable Lun Yan showed grave expressions. Mu Chenfeng felt confused at the side. Are we going to Silver Moon Sea? Mu Chenfeng asked out of curiosity. The zither recital is in a few days. Let's go and scout the terrain, Gu Hai said with a smile. That's true. Mu Chenfeng nodded. The flying ship moved very quickly, soon arriving at a vast sea region. Some islands dotted the sea region. It's over there, Silver Moon Sea. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor Sea is sealed, Long Wanqing said as she pointed to a nearby sea region. Everyone lowered their heads and looked. At this moment, many ships were already on the sea. Some cultivators even rode cranes, flying around. Huh! Many people are already here. Mu Chenfeng felt slightly stunned. They should be Silver Moon City's cultivators. When they heard that the zither recital was being held here, they came to watch. Furthermore, there are already several thousand people in the surroundings. I believe that not only are those with invitations here, but many of those without are also here to watch. Perhaps they might gain something unexpected, Long Wanqing said with a frown. Gu Hai nodded. In the past few days, I read the history of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. In the beginning, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor was not in the city. Instead, it was in this sea region. Back then, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's founder, Mr. Silver Moon, controlled this Silver Moon Sea. Back then, this sea region was filled with countless buildings and bustling with activity. Venerable Lun Yan nodded and said, that's right. Actually, the Silver Moon Ocean is not very large. Speaking of which, it is about the size of your 9-5 island. Although the Silver Moon Mountain Manor moved to the mainland, the residence here has remained the same, north of the Silver Moon Ocean. Silver Moon Island. I heard that this is the place where Mr. Silver Moon comprehended the Tao. All the disciples of Silver Moon Villa would come here to forge their first harmonicas. The northern district of the Silver Moon Sea, Silver Moon Island? What about the south district? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yan. South side? There is a group of small islands in the south. However, they are just small islands. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor has never managed them, Venerable Lun Yen explained. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. A few days ago, we arrived at the southern district. We thought that there wouldn't be any obstacles, but we were wrong. Under the command of Long Wanqing, the flying boat slowly flew to the southern region of the Silver Moon Ocean. Flying high, hidden in the clouds, no Xiuzhe came here. The Xiuzhe that had come for the Zither teaching conference had all gone near Silver Moon Island in the north. Your Majesty, look. There are 3 small islands there. Shangguan Hen said with a frown as he pointed to the islands below. Gu Hai looked over. Indeed, there were 3 small islands. However, clouds shrouded them, preventing him from seeing what was inside. Originally, Venerable Lun Yen and I thought that these were ordinary desolate islands. However, when we got closer, we discovered that they were not desolate islands. A large army is stationed on these 3 small islands. Venerable Lun Yen said that these are City Lord He's subordinate armies, Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly and said, back then, countless people pursued Long Xiaoye, including this humble monk and that he Shirkang. Naturally, I researched my competitors. I am sure that those soldiers are he Shirkang's trusted subordinates. Gu Hai nodded. Screech. Suddenly, a red-crowned crane carrying a Xiuzhe flew past this place. Whoosh. Suddenly, 3 arrows shot out from one of the small islands. Screech. The crane let out a miserable shriek as it was killed on the spot. What? The person on the crane immediately exclaimed. Take him down. A flock of cranes immediately charged out of the island, carrying 10-odd soldiers into the sky. What? Who are you? I am just passing by, that person cried out as he fell. With the crane shot dead, that person had not reached the Yuanying state yet, so he could only fall and flee. In his horror, that person tried to dive into the sea below, preparing to escape by diving. Roar! Suddenly, a huge white dragon head appeared in the center of the 3 islands. Whoosh! The dragon head swallowed up that falling cultivator in one gulp. When the soldiers riding the cranes saw that the matter was resolved, they quickly returned to the 3 islands. Gasp! How can it be like this? Why would he Shirkang's army harm the innocent? They are just passing by, and they want to kill all of us. Mu Qinfeng said in shock. Indeed, it is a sin dragon. Long Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly. After Venerable Lun Yen and I saw the army, we sneaked into the sea. However, the Sin Dragon discovered us the moment we entered the sea. Fortunately, Venerable Lun Yen was there, so we managed to escape, Shangguan Hen said with an unsightly expression. What are you doing here? Mu Qinfeng asked in shock as she goggled. However, Shangguan Hen ignored her. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty, I sensed it here. That's right. What is the use of this snake head? Gu Hai asked with a frown. He Shirkang's army was stationed here, and Liu Yang of Gojouzian Sin Dragon was guarding. What exactly was below? Was it just for the snake head? The snake head is poisonous and can dissolve most seals. Shangguan Hen explained. Huh? What snake head? It can dissolve seals. Mu Qinfeng stared at him in confusion. However, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen knew that this was Prime Xuanwu's snake head. As for why Shangguan Hen wanted it, the two did not know. The flying ship hid among the white clouds. The troops stationed on the 3 islands below did not know. However, in the deep sea, dozens of 150-meter-long dragons circled around a huge ocean valley. Each dragon had a sin symbol on its head. The largest of the black dragons, which was 250 meter long, originally circled around a huge rock at the bottom of the sea, resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, the black dragon opened its eyes. The surrounding water rippled. Oh. Again? Humph. The black dragon said coldly as it narrowed its eyes. The three of you, come with me. The black dragon said coldly. Boom. The four dragons suddenly charged towards the surface of the sea, soaring into the sky with a ferocious aura. High in the sky above the sea, Mu Qinfeng glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, what's going on? Aren't we scouting for the Zither imparting conference? What's going on with the snake head and the Sin Dragon? Why do I feel that you are here for some lousy snake head? Gu Hai ignored Mu Qinfeng. Instead, he looked at the surrounding sea and said with a frown, perhaps this Zither imparting conference is not that simple. Oh. Mu Qinfeng said, feeling confused. Venerable Lun Yen nodded and said, that's right. Of all the places for the Zither imparting conference, he chose this sea region. The old manor lord definitely has other intentions. Perhaps. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the sea below. Suddenly, the sea surged. Huh? Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom. Suddenly, a black figure soared into the sky, charging at the flying ship. The colossal black figure carried a strong aura, forming a huge storm as it charged at the flying ship. Oh no! It's a Sin Dragon. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Roar! A dragon roar rang out, and a tail suddenly whipped the flying ship. Buzz! Suddenly, countless ritual arrays appeared on the flying ship. Even so, the dragon tail was too strong. In an instant, the flying ship was flung far away. Ah! Mu Qinfeng's expression changed dramatically. Gu Hai and Shang Guanhen quickly grabbed the railing. Long Wanqing stabilized herself. Venerable Lun Yen instantly charged out of the ritual array and threw a palm strike at the dragon tail. Evil creature. Under the huge manifested palm strike, the dragon tail trembled slightly but did not injure it much. Boom! The flying ship landed on the surface of the sea not far away. 3 Sin Dragons immediately broke out of the sea and encased the flying ship. As Venerable Lun Yen stood in front of the flying ship, he looked at the largest black dragon in shock. Ghost Face. Gu Hai's face sank. Ghost Face was the leader of the dragons when they hunted Xuanwu in the Northern Sea. He fought with Miao Chen for a while. Before he left, young Master An called out his name. I was wondering who it was. So, it is Venerable Lun Yen. And this group of elite hall members? Ghost Face showed a cold smile. The colossal dragon head revealed a ferocious expression. Although the flying ship was large, the colossal dragons were also colossal. The 4 giant dragons trapped the flying ship in the center, blocking all paths of escape. Sin Dragon Ghost Face, how dare you attack my flying ship? Are you trying to rebel? Long Wanqing glared. Ha 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 ha. Rebel? Hall Master Long, you are overreacting. Why would I rebel? This is just a personal grudge. Don't elevate it so much. Furthermore, you should not have come to the Silver Moon Sea. Since you are here, you can forget about leaving. Ghost Face sneered. Roar! 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 The other 3 colossal dragons roared. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. The moment the celestial body phenomenon appeared, a torrential rain poured down. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. Mu Qinfeng's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed in horror, how can it be like this? Why are you surrounding and attacking us? We are just passing by. Division Master Mu, it looks like my guess came true. The Silver Moon Sea is indeed problematic, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile at the side. Buzz! Venerable Lun Yen stretched out his hand and waved. The 18 Buddhist prayer beads immediately enlarged, looking like 18 huge, circular mountains surrounding them. Gu Hai, Hall Master, you go first. I'll block them. Venerable Lun Yen called out. All right. Long Wanqing answered with a nod. Boundless Buddhist Sea. Venerable Lun Yen waved his right hand. Buzz. The 18 Buddhist prayer beads carried an overwhelming ferocious aura as they charged at the 4 colossal dragons. Humph. Venerable Lun Yen. I have long heard of your great name. Unfortunately, you are the same as me, just from the Yuanying state. It is enough for me to block you. Capture this flying ship for me. Roar. Ghostface roared. Boom. As the dragon swung its tail, 18 lightning bolts in the sky obeyed, charging at the 18 Buddhist prayer beads. Ghostface charged at Venerable Lun Yen. Control the flying ship and leave quickly. Long Wanqing shouted. Just at this moment, a red dragon's tail instantly coiled around the flying ship's ritual array, preventing it from leaving. Roar. The 3 dragon heads immediately spat out a storm of ice cones, crashing into the ritual array on the flying ship. Rumble. The flying ship's ritual array shook violently. Furthermore, the red dragon pulled, instantly dragging the entire flying ship to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 202. Roar. The red dragon let out an excited roar. If the flying boat was dragged into the sea, it would be useless. Long Wanqing and Mu Qinfeng's expressions changed. Wood origin, break. A wooden staff suddenly appeared in Mu Qinfeng's hand. She extended the wooden staff, and a towering tree suddenly grew out. The tree crashed into a white dragon. Boom. It hit the white dragon's mouth. Woo woo. The white dragon cried out in pain. It turned its head and clawed at the tree viciously. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the towering tree was torn into pieces. Roar. The white dragon roared and clawed at the array formation on the flying boat. It looked at Mu Qinfeng fiercely. Mu Qinfeng's expression changed. Oh no, these flood dragons are at the 3rd nascent realm. They are stronger than me. The 3rd nascent realm was the condensation of the 3rd nascent soul. Their strength was similar to the Baxia Yaojing Tian of the Thousand Island Sea. Slash. Long Wanqing slashed with her sword. Boom. The red dragon was in pain. It immediately opened its mouth and bit Long Wanqing's sword. Suddenly, Long Wanqing's sword was unable to move. Gu Hai, do something. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Mu Qinfeng looked like she was about to cry. It's useless. Gu Hai is only at the Golden Core realm. These dragons are at the 3rd nascent realm. They are stronger than me. It's over. What do we do? Ah, there are more dragons swimming over. No, how can this be? Shangguanhen, help the hall master's servant control the flying boat. Prepare to charge out. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Shangguanhen immediately rushed to a spot not far away. Ah! Long Wanqing screamed, and the long sword in her hand immediately shattered. Gu Hai, quick! Long Wanqing said anxiously. Mu Qinfeng was extremely depressed. He's only at the Golden Core realm. What can he do? Mu Qinfeng showed a look of despair. She did not believe that Gu Hai would be of any use. At this moment, Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out a large black seal. Suppress! Gu Hai shouted. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal flew out and suddenly enlarged into the size of a small mountain, slamming into one of the blue dragons biting the formation. Ong! The blue dragon let out a disdainful roar. Lan Long had heard it clearly. This was only a Golden Core realm cultivator. A Golden Core realm brat dared to be impudent in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The blue dragon instantly softened. Mu Qinfeng and the other 2 giant dragons' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Because the blue dragon's head was smashed into a pile of minced meat by the black seal. What? Mu Chenfeng was in disbelief. This giant dragon that she could not do anything to was smashed to death by Gu Hai's stone. The red dragon and white dragon also widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. What's going on? The red dragon said in surprise. Xiaolan is an idiot. He didn't use his magic power and wanted to use his scalp to fight with that stone. He's crazy. That's a magic weapon. The white dragon roared. Let's go. Shengguan Hen shouted. Boom. Suddenly, the flying boat broke through the shackles and shot out while the two dragons were in a daze. Where do you think you're going? You want to outrun us in the sea? You want to run after killing Xiaolan? Roar. The two dragons roared and instantly approached. Suppress. Gu Hai shouted coldly. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal flew out again and turned into a huge mountain, crashing towards the red dragon at the front. Ong! The red dragon roared ferociously. Suddenly, its body was covered with red light. Magic power surged into its body and it crashed into the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Hong! A loud sound rang out as the huge collision kicked up towering waves. With the magic power pouring into the red dragon's body, the red dragon's head did not get crushed. However, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal was too strong. Ong! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Hong! The suppressive force soared again. The dragon vein's power was not something that the insignificant dragon race could compare to. Even the weak dragon vein was not something that the dragon race could compare to. The huge force instantly shattered the red dragon's magic energy barrier. Boom! Crack! The red dragon's horn instantly shattered. Blarg! The red dragon vomited a mouthful of blood as it retreated in horror. Boom! The red dragon and white dragon immediately went flying. Whoosh! When Gu Hai put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, the flying boat suddenly broke through the sea. Dark clouds covered the sky. Venerable Lun Yen fought Gue Chen not far away. Bastards! Gue Chen immediately showed rage in his eyes when he saw the flying boat escape. Ha ha ha! Quickly leave. You all! Venerable Lun Yen finally relaxed. Whoosh! The flying boat quickly shot into the distance. Ong! 5 huge dragons suddenly charged out of the sea. In the sea, the flying boat was not as fast as the dragons. However, in the sky, the flying boat moved astonishingly fast, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. Ong! 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 A series of furious dragon roars rang out, showing unwillingness amid the rage. The dragons could not catch up to Gu Hai's flying boat. So, they suddenly turned around and headed for Venerable Lun Yen. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky. A huge battle could erupt at any moment. Gu Hai's group quickly left, not lingering. After a while, they charged out of the Silver Moon Sea and returned to a mountain peak on land. This was the place they had agreed on earlier. If anything happened, they would gather here. Long Wanqing looked at the distant sea anxiously. However, Gu Hai showed a grave expression. Shengguan Hen stood at the side, and Long Wanqing's 3 servants stood behind him. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Is this Gu Hai really a golden core realm cultivator? What was that earlier thing? It was so horrifying. Also, why are there so many ferocious evil dragons in the Silver Moon Sea? Why are they trying to silence us without distinguishing right from wrong? Why is the Zither teaching conference being held there? Mu Chenfeng showed an extremely unsightly expression as she entered deep thought. 4 hours later, whoosh! Suddenly, a figure shot over from the distance. Whoosh! Venerable Lun Yen had returned. However, he cut a sorry state at this moment. There was some blood on his body, and there was a scratch on his face. Venerable, are you all right? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly and said, I'm fine. The blood on my body is not mine but a red dragon's. My face is just slightly injured. Ghost face is really incredible. He actually condensed 5 nascent souls. Furthermore, he did it at sea. If not for my secret recipe, I would have died here. It's good that you are fine. Gu Hai frowned slightly. How can this be? Have these sin dragons gone crazy? Why are they attacking even us? Mu Qinfeng asked worriedly. There might be something important under the sea, Gu Hai said with a frown. In that case, why did the old Manor Lord choose to hold the Zither teaching conference in the Silver Moon Sea? Based on what you said, there should be many sin dragons at the bottom of the sea. Mu Qinfeng asked, feeling confused. At least 50. Long Wanqing said with certainty. Ah. How did Hall Master know? Mu Qinfeng said in shock. Because we met not long ago. Long Wanqing explained. Mu Qinfeng. What if the group of sin dragons comes during the Zither teaching conference? Mu Qinfeng asked, feeling confused. Everyone fell silent. That is so dangerous. That is so dangerous. In that case, I will not participate. I will not participate in the Zither teaching conference. Mu Qinfeng suddenly said with an unsightly expression. Oh. Do you still want to participate? You are courting death. That group of sin dragons. Mu Qinfeng glared at everyone. I want to track down my mother's murderer. I must go. Long Wanqing said firmly. After all, they already had a clue. It was City Lord He. However, the only chance to communicate with City Lord He normally was at the Zither teaching conference. Hall Master, but it is too dangerous there. There are 50 sin dragons. They don't care about your identity at all. Mu Qinfeng said anxiously. Long Wanqing shook her head and said, it is okay. We will be careful. Chief Mu, are you coming with us? Mu Qinfeng. After a moment of silence, Mu Qinfeng shook her head and said, no, Hall Master, I will not participate. I will wait for your news in the city. The Silver Moon Sea is too dangerous. Long Wanqing frowned and said with a bitter smile. If that is the case, then forget it. I will go with Master. Mu Qinfeng did not say anything. Gu Hai, what about you? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen and said with a smile, how can I not go? The snake head I need is there. Snake head? Gu Hai, you still want that snake head? Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai and said in surprise. Was Gu Hai courting death? Although they were saved by the royal seal, it was still very dangerous. Moreover, there were only 2 or 3 sin dragons. Now, there were dozens of sin dragons. Gu Hai still dared to go. Chief Mu, since you are not going, do you want the invitation? Gu Hai looked at Mu Qinfeng. Mu Qinfeng's expression froze, but she still slowly took out the invitation. As Mu Qinfeng held on to the qualification invitation, his eyes flashed with unwillingness. Gu Hai casually tossed out something that he had not been able to obtain after so much effort. Now that he had obtained the qualification invitation, he had to give it up because of his cowardice. Ha! Never mind. My Zither Dao is not that good. I will just be accompanying the guests if I go. I will give it to you. Mu Qinfeng handed over the invitation. However, she felt disappointed in her heart. It was not just because she had lost the invitation but also because she had shrunk back. It was like she had left the circle of this group of people. No one said anything. However, Mu Qinfeng felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Gu Hai received the invitation and handed it to Shangguanhen. Huh? Gu Hai, you gave it to Shangguan Hen. What about you? The old manor lord gave you 2 invitation cards. He gave one to Venerable Lu Nian and the other to me. You don't have one now? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry. It's fine as long as you can enter. As for me, I think the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's people should have recognized me long ago. The old manor lord personally sent the young manor lord to deliver the invitation cards to me twice. I believe that I can enter regardless of whether I have the invitation card or not. Huh? Right. Everyone nodded. Your Majesty, the soldiers on the 3 islands are still fine. Their cultivation is not high. However, there is a group of dragons guarding the bottom of the sea. How are we going to deal with them? Shangguan Hen asked somewhat worriedly. They are guarding the bottom of the sea. In that case, think of a way to fish them out. Let's take it slow. There will be a way. Gu Hai said after a deep breath. Fish them out. Do you think you are fishing? You want to fish out this group of dragons? Gu Hai, are you crazy? Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai smiled faintly but did not explain. Gu Hai had an idea in his heart. However, he could not say it. Chapter 203. Venerable Lu Nian, we were hiding in the clouds earlier. How did that huge dragon ghost mask discover us in an instant? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian curiously. It is because of me and Shangguan Hen. Although we managed to avoid the dragons after we left, the ghost mask left a trace of the dragon's fragrance on us. It was very faint, so we did not pay much attention to it. However, ghosts are very clear about this and instantly discovered us. However, don't worry. I have a way to get rid of the dragon's fragrance on me. It won't happen again, Venerable Lu Nian said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded and said, that's good. Let's return to the city first. I need to prepare some things to fish for dragons. At the side, Mu Chenfeng and the others revealed puzzled expressions. Everyone returned to the city. Although Mu Chenfeng was no longer participating in the zither recital, he was extremely curious about Gu Hai's so-called dragon fishing. He had been paying close attention to it. Gu Hai did not hide anything from him. After returning, Xiao Chen bought 2 things in bulk. Cuttlefish and lotus roots. When Mu Chenfeng saw piles of cuttlefish and lotus roots being delivered to Gu Hai, he appeared confused. Cuttlefish? Lotus roots? Dragons do not like to eat cuttlefish, much less lotus roots. How do I fish for them? Although Mu Chenfeng was filled with curiosity, he was too embarrassed to ask. He had already avoided it. How could he have the face to ask? Ha! Mu Chenfeng sighed softly. On a floating island in a manor in Silver Moon City, Mo Yike sat in front of a desk in a small courtyard as documents were delivered to him. The manager, Jiang Tianyi, stood respectfully at the side. Although he had lost the number 1 zither pavilion, Mo Yike did not punish him too much. After all, Jiang Tianyi still had some talent. Is there news? Mo Yike asked sullenly. Yes, Mr. Mo. Everyone in the city has been searching everywhere and finally found out about that group of people. The leader seemed to be called Sima Changkong. You were the first to buy Gu Hai's piano. Jiang Tianyi said respectfully. Sima Changkong. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. Mr. Mo knows him? Jiang Tianyi asked, confused. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and said, how could I not know? The leader of this generation of the Sima family, he actually came to Silver Moon City to investigate? It looks like the situation is a bit of a headache. Does he have the qualification card for the Guqin conference? Yes. Yes? No wonder the old manor lord held the Guqin recital conference in the Silver Moon Sea. So that's why. Old Manor Master, you really put in a lot of effort to protect Silver Moon Villa. Mo Yike's face darkened. Solemnly, Jiang Tianyi asked, Sir, do you want to take down Sima Changkong secretly? No need. You might not be able to take him down. Also, with his ability, if you were to hide, you wouldn't be able to get any information about him. But, you found him. Ha! Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. Huh? Sima Changkong exposed himself on purpose. Why? There's no reason. Sima Changkong is in the light, but there must be someone else in the dark. Even if we catch Sima Changkong, the other people in the dark can't do anything about it. But why did he expose himself? He's showing me his sword. Ha! He's forcing me to not meet him face to face. Wherever he goes, I have to avoid him. If he wants to investigate something, I'm not allowed to stop him. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Why? Because he's the king's representative, and I'm the minister's representative. The king and minister's identities have to be clear. Otherwise, it's disrespectful. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Can we pretend not to know? Pretend not to know. Ha, you think too easily. He's reminding me and forcing me to avoid him. He's pretending not to know, but if I don't know what's good for me and barge in, he'll tear apart this disguise and use the king's order against me. Do you think I should respect him or not? Mo Yike said in a low voice. Ah. Jiang Tianyi's face darkened. He has people in the light or in the dark entering the Silver Moon Ocean. It's the same for our people. I won't go to the Zither giving conference this time, Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes. Inform Ghostface that the dragons are dormant. During the Zither giving conference, no one is allowed to come out of the ocean. The Silver Moon Ocean is huge. As long as they don't stir up trouble in that place, it's hard to find them, Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Zither giving conference officially began. At this moment, a large number of Xiuzhe had gathered around the Silver Moon Ocean. Although many Xiuzhe could not participate, they still held on to a sliver of hope. North of the Silver Moon Ocean, Silver Moon Island. At this moment, the fog spread. Many cranes carried the Xiuzhe who obtained the invitation cards over. At the entrance of the island, one needed to be certified to enter. Long Wanqing, Shengguan Hen, and Venerable Lun Yan had already entered. Only Gu Hai arrived late, arriving at the entrance. The moment Gu Hai arrived, some of the nearby Zither masters recognized him. Mr. Good. Great Master Gu. Everyone greeted him. Gu Hai returned the greetings. Some of the people who had not seen Gu Hai before looked at him curiously. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples stood guard at the entrance of the ritual array. When they saw the crowd greet Gu Hai, they knew that it was Gu Hai. After all, how could the Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples not recognize someone that even the old manor lord respected? Furthermore, they all looked at Gu Hai with friendly gazes. When everyone showed their invitation cards and entered the ritual array, Gu Hai said solemnly, Greetings, Silver Moon Mountain Manor's fellow Taoists. Many thanks to the old manor lord for allowing me to participate in the Zither imparting conference. How is the old manor lord doing now? When others came, they all asked about the heaven-grade Zither Gaochen. Was Gaochen here? Only Gu Hai did not ask about Gaochen. Instead, he asked about the old manor lord's health. This immediately won him a good impression of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples. Manor Lord, how are you doing? You often mention Mr. Good's canon and pathetique. Today, Manor Lord will definitely be happy that Mr. Good is here, a Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciple said with a smile. Right. That's good. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he followed the crowd into the inner area. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples did not check Gu Hai's invitation card and allowed Gu Hai to enter. Stop right there. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Huh? Everyone looked over. Then, they saw Fairy Wanner slowly walking over. When the Zither Masters saw Fairy Wanner, they all frowned. Discomfort flashed in their eyes. Gu-hai, he did not show his invitation card, and you let him in? Fairy Wanner shouted as she pointed at Gu-hai. Huh? Everyone looked at Fairy Wanner in confusion. I have been here for a long time. Earlier, a monk and an elite hall master took Gu-hai's invitation card and entered. Each invitation card had a different mark. I saw it clearly. Gu-hai did not have an invitation card, and you let him in so openly. Fairy Wanner said coldly. How can Great Master Gu not have an invitation card? That's right. Witch, don't speak nonsense. The Zither Masters immediately defended Gu-hai and shouted angrily. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples frowned slightly. Just as they were about to speak, Gu-hai smiled faintly and said, Fairy Wanner. Unexpectedly, we meet again. Humph. Fairy Wanner snorted coldly. Fairy Wanner, do you think that I, Gu-hai, am not qualified to enter? Gu-hai asked Fairy Wanner with a smile. Of course, you are not qualified. You can't even play the zither. You do not have an invitation card. Why should I let you in? You do not have the zither. You can fool others, but you cannot fool me. I have seen through you long ago. Fairy Wanner shouted. Fairy Wanner was telling the truth. With her sharp insight, Fairy Wanner had already seen that Gu-hai did not have the zither. She had completely vented the resentment of her last defeat. Last time, Gu-hai embarrassed her. She also embarrassed Gu-hai once. Everyone looked at Gu-hai doubtfully. Ha 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 ha, Fairy Wanner, this is not a joke. I know you are resentful because you lost to me last time, but can't you find a better reason? Do you think everyone will believe your reason? Ha ha ha. Gu-hai laughed in a carefree manner. Everyone was slightly stunned. That's right. Witch, your excuse is too lousy. Master Gu does not have the zither. Are you kidding? If he does not, how could you lose to Master Gu? That's right. If Master Gu does not have the zither, I will eat my harmonica. You don't even know how to lie. Witch, is your IQ so low? Everyone immediately scolded. Fairy Wanner was about to vomit blood. You bunch of blind people. You can't see it yourself. Why are you blindly making a fuss? Gu-hai spoke again at the right time. Fairy Wanner, I know you want Gauchin, but please use the proper method. The old manor master will make a fair decision. What's the point of using this crooked method? So the witch is afraid of Gu-hai. That's why she slandered Gu-hai. So it's because of Gauchin. How insidious, witch. The group of zither players immediately scolded Fairy Wanner again. Fairy Wanner felt wronged. I'm telling the truth, okay? At this time, a disciple of the Silver Moon Villa frowned and said, Fairy Wanner, last time you plotted to kill the whole city, the manor master made an exception and gave you the qualification card. I hope you cherish it. Obviously, the disciple of the Silver Moon Villa could not stand Fairy Wanner's unscrupulous means to get Gauchin. Mr. Good, please come in. Another disciple of the Silver Moon Villa led the way for Gu-hai directly. Fairy Wanner was stunned to see Gu-hai enter the formation. She was constantly scolded by a group of people. She suddenly stamped her foot angrily and said, Gu-hai, I'm not done with you. Gu-hai walked in without any psychological burden. He was not angry with Fairy Wanner. Although what she said was true, she should be very angry at this moment. On a huge square, Gu-hai met with Long Wanqing and others. There were a large number of zither players in 2s and 3s. They were chatting with each other. There was a thatched hut in the north of the square. A large number of disciples of the Silver Moon Villa stood outside the hut. Yunemo also stood respectfully outside the hut, as if he was guarding the hut. Gauchin is in this hut. I haven't seen a heaven-level zither before. I wonder what it looks like. The old manor master is also in the hut, right? There was a lot of discussion around. Gu Hai and others were looking for Castellan He. Shi Kang is not here yet. Long Wanqing shook her head. Chapter 204. Silver Moon Island, Silver Moon Sea. At the large plaza, the plaza was a large lawn. After the various zither players exchanged some pleasantries, they sat down cross-legged on the lawn and looked at the small thatched cottage not far away. Gu Hai's group also found a place to sit down. One zither player after another entered the large grassy plaza. They're here. Long Wanqing frowned. Oh. Gu Hai, Venerable Lun Yan, and Shengguan Hen looked over with a frown. They saw City Lord Shi Kang enter the plaza. However, young Master An and Fang Mingho, who carried a golden saber on his back, were beside Shi Kang. Young Master An is at the side. He will interact with City Lord He later, Venerable Lun Yan said softly. Long Wanqing nodded. Not far away, young Master An and the other two entered and immediately saw Gu Hai's group. When young Master An saw Gu Hai, depression flashed in his eyes as he snorted coldly. Is young Master An's zither Dao very strong as well? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. Not at all. He is qualified to come because of his identity as the grandson of Luyang of Gojoseon. City Lord He is also here because of his identity. He might be able to play the zither, but it will definitely be very weak, Long Wanqing said, shaking her head. Gu Hai nodded. City Lord He, young Master An, and the others took their seats. Fewer people entered after them. At this moment, a white-clad man slowly walked over. Mr. Good is already here. Greetings, Mr. Good, the white-clad man said with a smile. Gu Hai immediately recognized this person. This was Sima Changkong, the first person to buy his piano. So, it is Mr. Sima. Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Greetings, Hall Master Long. Greetings, Venerable Lun Yan. Long time no see. Sima Changkong said with a faint smile. You are? Long Wanqing felt slightly confused. Venerable Lun Yan's expression suddenly changed. It's you, Sima Changkong. Venerable Lun Yan, I am on official business. I hope that you will not reveal my identity, Sima Changkong said with a smile as he looked at Venerable Lun Yan. Venerable Lun Yan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the end, he nodded. Then I'll go over there first. Good luck to all of you. Sima Changkong smiled. All right. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. After Sima Changkong walked away, Long Wanqing asked curiously, Huh? Master Lun Yan, do you know Mr. Sima? Venerable Lun Yan frowned slightly and said, the person who nearly became the top scorer in the previous exam. Me? The champion of the Deqian Celestial Empire? Long Wanqing asked in surprise. Just a little. Back then, his writing suppressed all the other examinees. All the examiners thought that he would definitely become the top scorer in that exam. Unfortunately, he wrote something during the palace examination, which angered His Holiness. Hence, His Holiness chased him out of the examination hall. Hence, he did not become the top scorer in the end, Venerable Lun Yan explained. Huh. However, he was still a provincial scholar. Although he was chased out of the examination hall, he still holds a position in the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, he is not as impressive as the top scorer. He is not someone to be trifled with, Venerable Lun Yan said with a frown. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Sima Changkong, who was not far away. He nearly became the Deqian Celestial Empire's top scorer. Just as Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yan, he suddenly felt a murderous intent envelop him. Gu Hai turned his head and saw Fairy Wan, sitting in a corner not far away. She was looking at him coldly as if she wanted to tear him apart. Fairy Wan, Gu Hai smiled faintly in that direction. Xiao Chen's friendly smile turned into mockery in Fairy Wan Er's eyes. Humph. Gu Hai, I will teach you a lesson. I will expose you. Liar. You do not have the state of the Zither Tao, yet you are still pretending. Liar. Humph. Fairy Wan Er muttered to herself. Clang. A soft sound suddenly came from the small thatched cottage not far away. Everyone's expressions suddenly turned solemn. They stopped talking and looked at the nearby thatched cottage. Fellow Taoists who are not here to participate in the Zither Impartation Conference, the Silver Moon Sea will be sealed off soon. If you do not leave now, you will not be able to leave for a while. The seal will only be lifted after the Zither Impartation Conference ends. An aged voice came from the thatched cottage. This voice immediately spread to the surroundings of Silver Moon Island. Then, it quickly spread throughout the Silver Moon Sea. At this moment, many cultivators were watching from the surrounding islands around Silver Moon Island. When they heard the old manor lord's voice, they all frowned. Then, determination flashed in their eyes, unwilling to leave. Creak. The door of the thatched cottage slowly opened. From inside, an old man in white slowly walked out. He walked very slowly. His face was covered with age spots, and his hair was withered. Yun Mo immediately went forward and supported the old man. Greetings, Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa. Greetings, Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa. All the Zither players said respectfully. The old Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa. Supported by Yun Mo, the old Manor Lord walked to the door quietly. He slowly sat down cross-legged on the lawn. He stroked a guqin that was about to decay in his hand. After looking at the surrounding people, he suddenly saw Gu Hai and recognized him with one glance. Mr. Good, I like your cannon very much. The old Manor Lord looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Gu Hai is ashamed. As long as the Manor Lord likes it. Gu Hai said with a smile. I am old, so I like to listen to different tunes. Ha! The old Manor Lord smiled slightly. Everyone quieted down. The disciples of Silver Moon Villa sat beside the old Manor Lord. The old Manor Lord looked at the people around him and took a deep breath. Everyone, I'm old and my time is almost up. After this guqin conference, I may pass away. I have a request for all of you. Go ahead, Manor Lord. Everyone said one after another. This is the young Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa, Yun Mo. He is the descendant of Mr. Silver Moon's bloodline. When I am gone, I hope all of you can take care of him. When I am about to pass away, I can't let go of Yun Mo sigh. The old Manor Lord sighed slightly. Manor Lord. You will be fine. Yun Mo's nose twitched, and his eyes turned red. Rest assured, Manor Lord. As long as the young Manor Lord doesn't give up, we will do our best to help you. Rest assured, Manor Lord. Young Manor Lord Yun Mo's business is our business. Everyone nodded. The old Manor Lord smiled and nodded. All right. I invited all of you here today to decide the ownership of the last sky grade Zither of Silver Moon Villa, Gaochen. Gaochen is one of Mr. Silver Moon's best works. I am useless in this life, and I can't make a sky grade Zither. However, the young Manor Lord Yun Mo is different. Although he is not as good at music, he is better than me at making zither. Maybe one day, he can reach Mr. Silver Moon's level and make another sky grade zither. Oh! The eyes of the zither around suddenly lit up. Yun Mo. Previously, no one paid attention to him. Under the glory of the old Manor Lord, Yun Mo was very dim. However, if he could make a sky grade zither, it would be different. Today, it was fine if they got the Gaochen. If they couldn't get it, if they befriended Yun Mo, would they? Don't worry, Manor Lord. With us here, no one will bully Silver Moon Villa. Yes, if young Manor Lord Yun Mo needs anything, just call me. Everyone looked at Yun Mo with fervent gazes. However, Yun Emo didn't look at anyone. Instead, he looked at the old manor lord with red eyes. The old manor lord looked at the 600 zither around him and smiled. Some of you are from the Deqian Celestial Empire, and some are from other places. You all came for Gaochen, so I won't waste any more time. It's time for Gaochen to meet you all. After the old manor lord finished speaking, the disciples of Silver Moon Villa quickly stood up and waved their hands. They opened the thatched hut instantly. They placed the dismantled hut not far away, revealing a round altar in the middle. The altar was placed in the thatched hut. A sky-grade zither. Where is Gaochen? Some of the zither asked blankly. A faint blue light was shining on the altar not far away. The blue light surged into a man in purple on the altar. The man in purple had a jade-like face. He looked like an ordinary young man. His eyebrows were raised, and he had an extraordinary murderous aura. In between his eyebrows, there was a golden birthmark shaped like a sky thunder. The murderous aura in between his eyebrows was even more threatening. Light breathing sounds came from the man in purple. He sat there quietly, as if he was adjusting his breath or sleeping. He didn't move. Apart from this man in purple, there was nothing else. Where is the sky-grade zither? Where is Gaochen? Everyone looked at the old manor lord blankly. The old manor lord smiled and said, "This is the sky-grade zither made by Mr. Silvermoon, Gaochen." Huh? All the cultivators were slightly stunned. What do you mean? Where is the zither? Why don't I see it? Yes, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is this zither transparent? Could it be transparent in front of the man in purple? Everyone was at a loss. Not far away, Fairy Wan, Sima Changkong, and the other zither were extremely quiet. They stared at the man in purple in front of them. This is Gaochen. Sima Changkong said in shock. Where? Everyone looked at Sima Changkong. It's him. This man in purple is Gaochen. Sima Changkong said in shock. Ah! Everyone was stunned. This person is a zither. Is this a joke? That's right. This is the sky-grade zither, Gaochen, that Mr. Silvermoon said he made. This is its appearance. Solemnly, the old manor lord said. Making a person. A person Mr. Silvermoon made? The zither Tao can create souls. Is Mr. Silvermoon trying to create a person? Someone asked in shock. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The old manor lord smiled and said, "It's not a person yet. It's just a sky-grade zither. This is its appearance. However, as you said, it has a soul. It's just temporarily separated. When the soul is poured in, it will be the time to unseal this sky-grade zither." Everyone suddenly fell silent. Gu Hai looked at the man in purple who was adjusting his breath on the altar. How could he have thought that it was a zither? Gaochen? Gu Hai had thought of many forms before, but he never thought that Gaochen would look like this. It was actually in the shape of a person. Is this still a zither? Chapter 205. The human-shaped zither, the Gaochen. Is this a heaven-grade zither? However, how does it work? The old manor master smiled faintly and said, "Everyone has seen it. Wait until I open the sea-sealing barrier. Then, I will show you the power of the Gaochen." Oh! The old manor master gently played the nearly decaying zither in his hand. Ding! 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 Silver Moon Island suddenly trembled, and the surrounding seawater surged. Boom! The fog array on Silver Moon Island suddenly left the island and soared into the sky. It turned into a white cloud and flew into the sky. Huh! Everyone showed confused expressions. Isn't this Silver Moon Island's protective array? Why did it leave Silver Moon Island? On the distant island, countless cultivators saw this scene. Without the fog, they could even see Gu Hai and the other zither masters from afar. Ding! 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 The old manor master continued playing the zither. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the fog array high in the sky. Swish! Swish! In an instant, it was as if strings of zither strings had appeared and shot to the borders of the Silver Moon Sea, connecting from the sky to the sea. Boom! 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 Roaring sounds came from the surrounding seas. Like the ribs of a huge umbrella, they covered the entire Silver Moon Island. Wang! Between the strings of the zither, streaks of blue energy suddenly appeared and connected into one. From afar, it looked like a huge blue dome covered the entire Silver Moon Island. What a huge array! Is this Silver Moon Island's protective array? A zither array? Many people were shocked. The array formation was so huge that it was even bigger than Silver Moon City's city defense array. Some of the cultivators near it punched. Boom! In an instant, they were knocked back by the sea ceiling barrier and fell into the sea. This is a sound wave barrier. Fairy Wan said with a slight frown. Sound waves? The group of zither masters goggled. The old manor master smiled faintly and said, "That's right. This is a high-frequency sound wave barrier. It is mainly used to block sound. Of course, the cultivators of the Yuanying state can't break it either. This was left behind by Mr. Silvermoon." Seal the sea. Old Manor Lord, why did you seal the sea? Is it related to displaying Gaochen? Sima Changkong was confused. The Manor Lord smiled and nodded. Oh. Everyone looked at the Old Manor Lord in confusion. Yunamo. Old Manor Lord said indifferently. Yes. Yunamo nodded and walked behind Gaochen. Everyone looked at Yunamo. He saw Yunamo reach out and touch the back of Gaochen's head, as if he was communicating with Gaochen. Buzz! Gaochen suddenly opened his eyes. A murderous aura rushed out. Everyone's expression changed. Yunemo looked at everyone, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Everyone, the fact that you're able to make it this time means that you're the strongest Guqin masters. Here, I will bind a strand of the Gaochen's intent into your bodies through the Gaochen. Only those who possess the Gaochen's intent will have the qualifications to compete for the Gaochen. Oh. Everyone was confused. Gaochen extended his right hand, and 600 zither strings appeared and shot toward all the zither masters. Ha! Everyone's expression changed. Walalala! The 600 zither strings wrapped around all the zither masters as if they were tied up. What? Everyone's expression turned cold. Buzz! The zither strings that bound everyone suddenly merged into their bodies and disappeared like air. Huh? Everyone was puzzled. What happened just now? This is Gaochen's intent. It has merged with your zither intent and will disappear automatically after 10 days, Yun Mo explained. The zither strings that bound us earlier were Gaochen's intent? That was a high-frequency intent, right? A high-frequency vibration that merged with our intent? What are you trying to do? Fairy Wan said, a trace of discomfort flashing in her eyes. Everyone frowned and looked at Yunemo solemnly. Yunemo said, "Everyone, you should know that although I am a zither master, my zither Dao is not very good. However, it is different with Gaochen. Gaochen, create the spirit." Yunemo said solemnly. He sent a thought into Gaochen's body from his fingertip. However, Gaochen showed a ferocious expression. He suddenly spread his arms and pointed them at everyone. Ha! Gaochen shouted. The two claws grabbed at the center, seemingly tearing the void apart. In the void, countless transparent zither strings seemed to appear in an instant. Gaochen grabbed at the center with his claws as though he was plucking the zither strings. A shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. As Gaochen plucked the invisible strings, a series of zither sounds rang out. Accompanied by the tinkling sounds, a small spirit suddenly emerged from Gauchen's fingertip. This is a small spirit. Gauchen can create his own spirit, a cultivator said in shock. That small spirit glowed with a blue light. A pair of small transparent wings flapped quickly, giving off crisp sounds as they flapped. The little elf curiously looked at the people around her. She had a kind of confused feeling. Wait, there's another small spirit. 200. 2,000 small spirits. Oh, no, 20,000 small spirits. This is 200,000. 2 million. A group of zither players cried out in surprise. When Gauchen Bo plucked the strings of the void zither, more and more small spirits gushed out from his fingertips. They grew in number and size. In the blink of an eye, small spirits were flying around Silver Moon Island. The speed at which the souls were created shocked everyone who saw it. A heaven-grade zither. Was this the effect of a heaven-grade zither? It was definitely not Yunmo, so it could only be Gauchen. With a wave of his hand, he created 2 million small spirits. The small spirits were flying around in confusion. Slap! The group of zither players reached out to grab them. Strangely, they actually caught them. Even Gu Hai caught a small spirit in his hand. It was as though he was grabbing a real thing. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Aren't spirits illusory? Why? Everyone looked at Yunmo curiously. You have Gauchen's intent in you, so you can catch the spirits created by Gauchen. As for the cultivators who didn't come to the Zither conference, although they can see them, they can never catch them. Yunmo explained. I see. Everyone rejoiced. The old manor lord waved his hand, and a small box suddenly appeared in his palm. This small box seals Gauchen's spirit. Whether you can get Gauchen or not depends on you. The old manor lord said. Oh. Everyone looked at the box in the old manor lord's hand. The old manor lord slowly opened the box, and a small yellow spirit was sealed in it. At this moment, it seemed to be sleeping. Everyone's eyes lit up. Come out. The old manor lord said. The yellow spirit suddenly woke up. It flapped its wings, and suddenly, a beautiful zither sound came from its wings. The sound was ethereal and clear. The zither players were fascinated by the sound. Where am I? The yellow spirit suddenly asked. The 2 million green spirits were still confused, but the yellow spirit already knew how to ask. The zither players widened their eyes. Look carefully, this is Gauchen's spirit. As long as you put a drop of blood into its body and put it back into Gauchen's body, Gauchen will recognize you as its master. The old manor lord explained. It's that simple. Everyone was excited. My sea sealing barrier is a high-frequency barrier. It can prevent the fairies from flying out of the Silver Moon Ocean. Its range is only so big. Whoever captures and refines the Gauchen's soul first will be the Gauchen's. Now, all of you have a chance. The old manor lord said with a smile. Oh. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they became restless. What are you going to do? The yellow spirit saw everyone's expression and was scared. They all want to refine you. What do you think they are going to do? The old manor lord said with a smile. What? What? Refine me? What should I do? What should I do? The yellow spirit exclaimed. What should I do? Can't you run? The old manor lord said with a smile. Ah. That's right. Run, run quickly, all of you run with me, the yellow fairy suddenly shouted. Boom. On the island, 2 million spirits flew in all directions at an extremely fast speed. They were like sharp arrows and scattered in an instant. What? The Guqin masters jumped up. A few of them even flew into the sky and chased after the spirits. However, there were 2 million of them. How could they find them? How could they find them? Everyone looked at the old manor lord anxiously. How to find them and how to catch them is up to you. Every spirit has a different voice. When Gauchin's spirit wings flapped, I think you all heard it clearly. You are all Guqin masters, so use your ears to listen. You only have 10 days, so I wish you good luck. The old manor lord said with a smile. Boom! Suddenly, a large group of Guqin masters rushed out and chased after the spirits in the distance. Red-crowned crane carriage, come here, take me to chase them. They went that way, they went that way. Quick, quick, don't follow me. A large number of Guqin masters chased after the spirits. However, there were still some more powerful Guqin masters who stayed behind. These Guqin masters closed their eyes, activated their intent realm, and listened with their ears. They listened to the yellow spirit's voice. Where did it go? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. How could he play this game? Gu Hai knew that powerful Guqin masters like Fairy Wanner and the Old Manor Lord could cover the entire Silvermoon Sea with their hearing. It was just that there were too many noises in the sea, so they had to pick out the yellow spirit's voice slowly. Could it be that Gauchin was destined to be out of the picture? Gu Hai looked at Mayor He, who was not far away. Young Master and had taken out the flying boat just now. He and Fang Mingho stepped on the flying boat and chased after the spirits in the distance. Mayor He was alone. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing, and Long Wanqing nodded. The four of them slowly got up and walked toward Mayor He. Not far away, Fairy Wanner opened her eyes, and there was anger in her eyes. Humph, Gu Hai, you embarrassed me, so I will also embarrass you. While muttering to herself, Fairy Wanner suddenly played her Guqin. Chapter 206. Ding! 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 Fairy Wanner suddenly played her Guqin. As she played, the surrounding Guqin masters suddenly opened their eyes. Even the Old Manor Lord was instantly attracted. God-shaking song. The Old Manor Lord was slightly startled and suddenly laughed. Divine Regret Song. Why is the demoness playing this song? Divine Regret Song. As long as one has the artistic conception of Guqin, they can instantly break free. It only targets those who don't have the artistic conception of Guqin. Everyone here is a Guqin master. Why is she playing this song? I heard that the Divine Regret Song needs to be integrated into one's mind. If one is fully immersed in it, they will regret not shaking others but themselves. Either you die, or I die. While everyone was at a loss, Fairy Wanner played her Guqin while staring at Gu Hai. Gu Hai didn't have the artistic conception of Guqin. As long as he was hit by the Divine Regret Song, his mind would immediately shake and he would be out of his wits. Buzz! Long Wanqing was suddenly stunned and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Gu Hai was the same at this moment. Suddenly, he felt that the world in front of him had changed. He wasn't walking on a lawn just now. At this moment, he seemed to have appeared in the clouds in an instant. There was no one else but him. A shocking force rushed towards Gu Hai's three souls, causing Gu Hai to be in a daze. Gu Hai stood still and looked at the countless clouds around him in a daze. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten how he came here. He was thinking about what was going on. Ding! 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 A series of intoxicating Guqin sounds rang out, making Gu Hai feel like he was floating. He really wanted to lie in the clouds and ignore everything. Gu Hai was hit. The surrounding Guqin masters revealed a trace of doubt. Is the demoness going to deal with Master Gu? Why is Master Gu intoxicated? Does Master Gu not have the artistic conception of Guqin? How is that possible? How can Master Gu not have the artistic conception of Guqin? You must be kidding. All the Zither masters were confused. At this moment, Fairy Wanner revealed a smile. She had finally exposed him. Everyone around them began to doubt Gu Hai's Guqin Dao. This was a feeling of exaltation, a very comfortable feeling. Gu Hai was intoxicated. The sound of the zither shook the soul and rushed straight to the three souls. At this moment, in the space between his eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly shook and suppressed the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither was infused with Fairy Wanner's artistic conception. With this suppression, an irreversible force rushed back. Boom! Gu Hai woke up instantly. The zither's artistic conception was also instantly annihilated by the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Pooh! Fairy Wanner felt as if her head had been hit by a huge object, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. You. Wan stared at Gu Hai in disbelief. You. Wan stared at him in disbelief. What happened just now? Long Wanqing woke up with a start. That was close. Hall Master, are you alright? We tried to wake you up earlier, but you did not wake up, Venerable Lun Yen said worriedly. Venerable Lun Yen turned his head and looked coldly at Fairy Wanner. Venerable Lun Yen was just about to flare up. However, when he turned his head, he saw Fairy Wanner spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He did not know what to say. It was rare to see someone scheme against others and end up in such a miserable state. The surrounding zither masters felt slightly stunned as well. Is this Great Master Gu's counterattack? He used the Guqin Dao's artistic conception to strike the witch's artistic conception. He instantly made her vomit blood. Great Master Gu is indeed incredible. The witch overestimates herself. The group of zither masters looked at Fairy Wanner in disdain. Only Fairy Wanner understood that it was not the Guqin Dao's artistic conception earlier. Gu Hai did not know how to counterattack. What did you do to me? Fairy Wanner spat out blood as she looked at Gu Hai, feeling depressed. Fairy Wanner, unjust deeds bring about self-destruction. Gu Hai said coldly. This was not the first time Gu Hai had tried to embarrass himself in such a willful manner. Gu Hai was not made of clay and would not allow her to do as she pleased. However, every time Gu Hai saw Fairy Wanner's miserable state, he felt speechless. I have yet to take revenge, and you are already in such a miserable state. I feel too embarrassed to do anything. You are the one whose unjust deeds bring about self-destruction. You do not have an artistic conception at all. You are a liar. Fairy Wanner felt so wrong that her eyes turned red. This witch is crazy. Even now, she is still saying that Great Master Gu does not have an artistic conception. The surrounding zither masters showed looks of disdain. Fairy Wanner felt even more depressed and wronged. Fairy Wanner. The old manor lord sighed softly. Fairy Wanner turned her head to look at him. The zither Dao is not just about artistic conception. You cannot compare to Gu Hai. This is a fact. The old manor lord said softly. Although his words were very amiable, in Fairy Wanner's ears, it was as if he had stabbed her with a knife. She was already very miserable. Couldn't he say something nice to comfort her? Why did he have to stab her again? What is the meaning of this? Not only did he add a stab, but almost everyone around nodded solemnly, as if they were saying that this stab was right and that it should be done this way. Looking around, everyone was standing on opposite sides. Fairy Wanner's grievance was magnified 100 times in an instant. How could a person who did not even have an artistic conception of the zither make everyone feel that she was inferior to him? I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Fairy Wanner felt wronged and angry. She took a step forward and soared into the sky with her zither, quickly flying away. Huh! The surrounding people were slightly stunned. Is this demoness brain damaged? It's ridiculous. The old manor lord gave her pointers, but she didn't humbly accept it. She ran away in a fit of anger. Gu Hai stretched out his right hand. A drop of water appeared in his palm. It was not a drop of water, but a tear of grievance that fell from Fairy Wanner's eyes when she flew into the sky. Gu Hai caught it. Looking at the drop of tear in his palm, Gu Hai smiled bitterly. His initial anger had completely dissipated. After Fairy Wanner left, the Zither Masters returned to normal and closed their eyes to search for Gauchen's soul. Gu Hai and his group continued to walk towards City Lord He, who was not far away. When City Lord He saw Gu Hai and his group walking over, he frowned slightly and seemed to have guessed their purpose. City Lord He, may I have a word with you? Solemnly Long Wanqing asked Long Wanqing. If you have something to say it here. City Lord He frowned. Long Wanqing flipped her hand and a golden scroll appeared in her palm. An imperial edict? City Lord He's expression changed. Solemnly, Long Wanqing put away the imperial edict and said, City Lord He, please. After a moment of silence, He Shikang finally nodded. The crowd walked toward a corner not far away. On the square, Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes and watched the crowd leave. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. At this moment, in the distant sky, young Master An and Fang Mingho drove the flying boat to chase the little fairies, but in the end, they found nothing and drove the flying boat back. Oh! Wait a minute, stop the flying boat here. Young Master An narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Oh! Young Master An, what's wrong? Fang Mingho asked in confusion. He Shikang. What is he going to do with Gu Hai and his group? Young Master An said coldly. Although they were very far away, they could vaguely see He Shikang and Gu Hai's group, avoiding the surrounding crowd. Walking to a corner, Gu Hai used spirit stones to set up an ordinary Go array, just for soundproofing. After all, everyone here was a Zither Master, and their hearing was extremely powerful. At this moment, they were fully focused on opening up their hearing. If he did not take precautions, it would be tantamount to speaking in front of everyone. He Shikang was led to a corner by the crowd, and a trace of irritation flashed in his eyes. An imperial edict? Ha, dare I ask Hall Master Long, what is this imperial edict? City Lord He asked with a frown. His Holiness gave me an imperial edict to thoroughly investigate the case of Long Xiaoye's death, and ask along the way. Everyone in the Deqian Celestial Empire should fully cooperate. City Lord He, do you want to take a look? Long Wanqing took out the imperial edict again. City Lord He frowned and finally shook his head, saying, forget it, I don't think you would dare to falsify an imperial edict. What do you want to ask? Ask away. It's still the question from that day. City Lord He, do you have any clues or even clues about Long Xiaoye's death? Long Wanqing asked solemnly. No, I said that day, no. City Lord He said firmly. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. She thought that City Lord He would tell the truth now that they were in a different place and no one was watching them. Why? City Lord He, you often went to my mother's Zither recital. My mother treated you as a close friend. Now that your friend is dead, don't you feel sad at all? Didn't you notice anything strange when you saw my mother for the last time? City Lord He, Uncle He, when I was young, I heard my mother mention you many times. My mother treated you as a close friend. Are you really indifferent to my mother's death? Long Wanqing said with red eyes. City Lord He was struggling, but he still said firmly, I really don't know anything. What about Mr. Huangfu? Gu Hai suddenly interrupted. City Lord He's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Gu Hai in surprise. However, in an instant, City Lord He suppressed the shock in his heart, and his expression returned to normal. What Mr. Huangfu? I don't know. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he had abruptly called out Mr. Huangfu because he wanted to see City Lord He's reaction. Sure enough, City Lord He knew a little about Long Wanqing's death, and this Mr. Huangfu was also a key person. Mr. Huangfu, City Lord He doesn't know? You attended my mother's Zither recital many times with you in the past. Long Wanqing said anxiously. I don't know. I don't know him. City Lord He rejected immediately. City Lord He, this ritual array is soundproof. What do you know? Can you tell me? No one knows. My mother died very miserably. I really want to take revenge for my mother. Now, only you know a little. Please, okay. Long Wanqing said with red eyes. City Lord He's tone turned resolute. Eventually, he shook his head and said, I really don't know. You are asking the wrong person. Long Wanqing felt despair. Venerable Lun Yen also showed an unsightly expression. Shangguanhen stood at the side, keeping an eye on the surroundings. All right. Since you don't know, then City Lord He can give me a guarantee. Give us a guarantee according to His Holiness's imperial edict. Gu Hai said with a frown. Huh? A guarantee? City Lord He felt slightly stunned. Whoosh! As Gu Hai extended his hand, he took out a table with a flip of his hand. There was a brush, ink, and a golden silk cloth on it. What are you doing? City Lord He asked sullenly. The imperial edict is here. Everyone in the Deqian Celestial Dynasty is to cooperate fully with the investigation. City Lord He, since you insist that you don't know, please write it down and stamp it with your official seal. We will make a record. If His Holiness asks, we can hand it over to His Holiness, Gu Hai said seriously. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. They did not know what Gu Hai was doing, but they did not stop him. City Lord He showed a confused expression. City Lord He, please cooperate. You don't want the Hall Master to write another imperial edict, right? Gu Hai asked with a smile. City Lord He showed a complicated expression. However, he still nodded and said, so be it. It's nothing much. I don't know. I just don't know. City Lord He reached out and grabbed the brush on the table. Then, he started writing. He wrote that he did not know anything about Long Xiaoye's death. His tone was extremely resolute. After City Lord He finished writing, he remained silent for a while. At the very end, he took out his official seal and pressed it on the scroll. Clap. When the official seal pressed down, it left behind an image of the official seal. The image gave off a faint golden light. Is this fine? City Lord He asked sullenly. It's fine. Gu Hai smiled faintly and carefully put away the golden silk scroll. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving, City Lord He said with a frown. Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen, who was not far away. Shangguanhen glanced at the sky and nodded gently. Then, he gave Gu Hai a look. City Lord He, how much do you know about the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence? I heard that the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence treats the wise with respect. They place great importance on their guests. Is that true? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Huh? City Lord He felt slightly stunned. City Lord He looked at Gu Hai in surprise. What does Gu Hai mean? Could it be that he wants to join the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence? At the side, Long Wanqing's expression changed, revealing an anxious expression. Suddenly, Venerable Lun Yen pulled Long Wanqing back. Long Wanqing turned her head to look. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head and revealed a faint smile. Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. Her earlier anxiety immediately calmed down. City Lord He did not know what Venerable Lun Yen meant, but he just said it casually. However, Gu Hai seemed to be unwilling to let go of City Lord He. Then, Gu Hai asked for more details. The conversation lasted for a long time before ending. City Lord He showed some doubt as he returned to the plaza. Gu Hai. Earlier, you. Long Wanqing said out of curiosity. It's nothing. Where's the flying ship? Let's go, Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing took out the flying ship in a daze. The four boarded the flying ship. Shangguanhen steered the ship, and they quickly soared into the clouds. The moment they entered the clouds, they immediately saw young Master An and Fang Mingho. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing. Young Master An looked coldly at the nearby Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at young Master An, and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Young Master An, Gu Hai, clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. I still remember clearly how you targeted my zither pavilion several times. Young Master An, what great authority! Ha ha ha! What great authority! In the end, Gu Hai's laughter contained a trace of mockery. The two flying ships brushed past each other. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's flying ship flew far away. However, Gu Hai's strange words made young Master An's expression turn sullen. What did Gu Hai mean just now? Young Master An frowned and looked at Fang Mingho. I don't know, but from his tone, it seems that he wants to take revenge on you. Fang Mingho shook his head. Take revenge on me? He doesn't deserve it. If not for Mr. Mo coming that day, I would have long let him die without a burial ground. Young Master An said in a cold voice. After that, young Master An's flying ship flew back to Silver Moon Island. Although he was stubborn, young Master An was still nervous. He had a bad feeling, so he immediately found City Lord He. City Lord He, what did Gu Hai talk about when he was looking for you for so long? Young Master An asked. Nothing much. Gu Hai asked about the treatment in the prince's mansion, whether he respected the guests, and what would happen if they joined the prince's mansion. City Lord He explained. However, young Master An's mind went blank. He stood there in a daze. Mr. Mo's words from the past still rang in his ears. As long as Gu Hai was willing to join the prince's mansion, Mr. Mo was willing to help him get rid of all his worries. First, he would remove his position as the eldest grandson. Just now, Gu Hai's tone. Oh no, oh no. Young Master An's expression changed drastically. Chapter 207. On the flying ship, Gu Hai grabbed the letter of guarantee that City Lord He wrote and looked at it. Then, he revealed a faint smile and said, "All right, it's time to go and fish for dragons." Using this letter of guarantee. What is this for? Long Wanqing asked, feeling curious. Take a look at it again. Gu Hai smiled. Long Wanqing looked at the letter of guarantee that City Lord He wrote earlier and revealed some doubt. After looking at it for a while, her expression changed, and she sniffed it. This is not ink. Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Cuttlefish juice. It is also known as cuttlefish juice. Gu Hai said with a smile. Cuttlefish? Cuttlefish? I heard that some people use cuttlefish juice to write IOUs and borrow money from others. However, after the IOUs are written for a while, the words will vanish. Hence, cuttlefish is also known as cuttlefish, Venerable Lun Yen said with a change in expression. Venerable is very knowledgeable. Indeed, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. The words vanish? You are doing this for the official seal that City Lord He stamped? You filled in the words again? Long Wanqing asked with a change in expression. That's right. Gu Hai said with a nod. However, I heard that the words written in cuttlefish ink take half a year to vanish, Venerable Lun Yen said, feeling suspicious. The words written in cuttlefish ink vanish on their own because the protein in it decomposes and oxidizes. Indeed, it takes half a year. However, I do not need it to decompose and decompose. Hence, I used silk cloth to write the letter of guarantee for City Lord He and not paper, Gu Hai said with a smile. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a small bucket filled with a transparent liquid with some lotus root fragments in it. This is lotus root juice, which can be used to wash cuttlefish juice. After washing it, just rinse it with clean water and dry it, Gu Hai explained. Lotus root juice and cuttlefish juice? Really? Long Wanqing asked, feeling curious. After saying that, Long Wanqing started doing it herself. Indeed, after washing with the lotus root juice, the cuttlefish juice was quickly washed clean. Is it really clean? Gu Hai, how did you think of it? Long Wanqing was pleasantly surprised. Gu Hai looked at the clean cloth, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. When I was young, when my clothes were stained with cuttlefish juice, my mother would help me wash them clean like this. After Gu Hai finished speaking, he sighed slightly. At the side, Venerable Lun Yen felt slightly stunned, showing some curiosity. Gu Hai's mother. Venerable Lun Yen had investigated Gu Hai in 95 Island. However, there was no news of Gu Hai before the age of 30. It was like Gu Hai appeared out of nowhere, exceptionally strange. No one could find out who Gu Hai's parents were. Long Wanqing did not notice this detail. Instead, she carefully washed the silk cloth and dried it, leaving only City Lord He's official seal. Give me the cloth, I'll write. I've seen City Lord He's handwriting many times, it shouldn't be hard to imitate. Gu Hai said with a smile. Silver Moon Island, Sima Changkong had been paying attention to Gu Hai's group. Although Long Wanqing quickly put away the imperial edict, Sima Changkong still saw it. An imperial edict? Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes slightly. Sima Changkong turned his head and looked at a nearby zither master. Without moving his lips, he sent a voice projection into the other zither master's ears. Send word to keep a close eye on He Shikong's movements. Also, send people to search for Gu Hai's group and secretly follow them. If anything happens, report to me immediately. That zither master nodded respectfully and slowly left the plaza. Silver Moon Sea, Young Masterin and Fang Mingho left Silver Moon Island again. Young Masterin, among the zither masters, we have people keeping an eye on He Shikong. Although there was a soundproof array when they were talking, we have people who are good at lip reading and can see clearly. Besides talking about Long Xiaoye's death, they also talked about Gu Hai's treatment in the mansion. Fang Mingho said solemnly. I'm not worried about He Shikong being watched all the time. I'm just worried about Gu Hai. Ha! The little thing that I didn't care about before, now. Young Masterin said with a gloomy face. Gu Hai said, great power, twice in a disdainful tone, maybe. No maybe, humph, as long as Gu Hai enters the mansion, my power will be completely gone. He's mocking me. Young Masterin said with an ugly face. Fang Mingho was silent for a while. Young Master An's face was gloomy and uncertain. After a while, his eyes turned cold and he said, Fang Mingho, help me kill Gu Hai. Kill Gu Hai. Young Masterin, Mr. Mo told me not to do anything to Gu Hai. Fang Mingho's face changed. Not to do anything to Gu Hai. No, this sea-ceiling bounded domain only lasts for 10 days. That's the only chance. If you kill him quietly, Mr. Mo won't know. Otherwise, once Gu Hai enters the mansion, my status will be gone. I'm the eldest grandson. Young Masterin said with a gloomy face. But. No buts. Gu Hai died in Silver Moon Sea because of the old Heights Lord. It has nothing to do with us. You're my man. If I lose my status, you'll be excluded too. If I'm proud, you're proud. If I'm destroyed, you're destroyed. Grandfather asked you to protect me. If you don't do anything now, I'll be in trouble once Gu Hai gains power. Young Masterin said as he stared at Fang Mingho. Fang Mingho frowned and pondered. Young Masterin stared at Fang Mingho. After a while, Fang Mingho nodded and said, I can. Of those four, the only one I'm worried about is Venerable Lun Yen. Seeing that Fang Mingho was helping him, Young Masterin immediately smiled and said, it's fine. It's still 10 days. There will be a time when I'm alone. We'll go find Gu Hai and think of a way to lure Venerable Lun Yen away. Then, we'll deal with Gu Hai. Fang Mingho nodded. Good. Let's go find Gu Hai now. A cold light flashed in young Master N's eyes. Silver Moon Island, the people in the square left one after another. The Guqin masters who were listening also seemed to have found their direction and left one after another. Soon, only the old Heights Lord and the Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples were left in the square. Manor Lord, shall we return to the house? Yun Mo asked worriedly. The old Heights Lord closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. There's no need to worry about me. Yun Mo, I heard the Guqin masters use their music to attract spirits. It was really nice. I'll just sit here. However, the wind is strong here, Yun Mo said worriedly. It's fine. I'm already on the verge of death. What's there to worry about with the 5 decays of the heavenly being? My lifespan is almost up, and it doesn't matter where I am. Go and do what you need to do. Don't disturb me. I want to continue listening. The old Heights Lord said as he shook his head. Yun Mo remained silent for a while before nodding. The old Heights Lord sat at the very front with his eyes closed. Occasionally, he smiled. His face flushed red as if he was experiencing terminal lucidity. Young Manor Lord, the old Heights Lord's current condition. A Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciple said with an unsightly expression. Everyone could tell that the old Heights Lord was on the verge of death. The Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples revealed sad expressions. Then, they looked at the young Manor Lord, Yun Mo. Everyone looked at Yun Mo as if they were waiting for his orders. Yun Mo bit his lips, a conflicted look flashing in his eyes. After a while, Yun Mo's eyes settled. A ferocious look flashed on his face as he looked at the surrounding sea and slowly clenched his fists. Then, he nodded gently. The surrounding Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples showed joy on their faces as they bowed respectfully to Yun Mo. Yun Mo waved his sleeve, and the Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples nodded. Then, they quietly left and started laying out formations around Silver Moon Island. The old Heights Lord was engrossed in the pleasant music and did not notice the actions of Yun Mo and the others. However, Yun Mo waited quietly by the old Heights Lord's side. He used hand signals to instruct the Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples. Silver Moon Ocean, South Region, where the dragons guarded, fog shrouded 3 islands in a triangle shape on the surface of the sea. Gu Hai's group had already put away their flying ship. A small boat carried the 4 of them to one of the islands. However, at this moment, the 4's appearances had changed somewhat. Venerable Lun Yen wore a wig, and the 4 wore official robes. Gu Hai had done some makeup on their faces. Gu Hai, your makeup skills are amazing. With just a few strokes, you completely changed them. Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. It's just a small trick. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Give me that eyelash curler and eyebrow pencil. And that foundation. Long Wanqing looked at herself in the mirror, not daring to recognize her. No problem. Later, I'll get someone to make you the best. Gu Hai smiled. Your Majesty, they discovered us. Shengguan Hen suddenly shouted. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot over from the distance. Duo! The sharp arrow nailed itself to the bow of the ship, causing the tail to tremble. Who are you? You are not allowed to come close. A shout suddenly came from the island. Gu Hai extended his hand and tossed it. Whoosh! A jade box immediately shot into the island. Huh! The people in the distance felt slightly stunned. Clack! A young general on the island immediately caught the jade box. When he opened it, he saw a silk handkerchief with City Lord He's seal. Oh! Don't shoot! The City Lord sent them, that young general immediately shouted. The small boat continued heading to the island. There were ritual arrays around the island. However, with this silk handkerchief, no one stopped them. The group easily entered the island. When they reached the island, a group of soldiers immediately surrounded them. Who are you? Why do you look unfamiliar? The young general leading the group asked with a frown. Are you blind? Does Lord Gu of the prince's residence need to report to you? Go and get your highest-ranking official. Shangguanhen suddenly shouted as he glared at Xiao Chen. Huh? That young general felt stunned. Yes. Although he was scolded, he did not dare to retort. Lord Gu. Which Lord Gu? This young general did not recognize him, but it was enough to know that he came from the prince's residence. Furthermore, Lord Gu wanted to meet the general. Why should I interfere? With the city lord's order to introduce me, what should I worry about? I'll let the general make the decision. Under the escort of the soldiers, Gu Hai's group swaggered onto the island. Along the way, Venerable Lun Yen looked around. How is it? Gu Hai asked in a whisper. There are about 2,000 soldiers. There should not be any powerful characters. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. Right. Be careful later. Gu Hai nodded. You have the city lord's order. What are you worried about? Long Wanqing laughed softly. Chapter 208. On another island. Sima Changkong closed his eyes to capture the sound, but 3 cultivators flew in front of him. How is it? Sima Changkong opened his eyes. There is no news yet. The 3 cultivators frowned. Continue to investigate. The old village master set the Guqin teaching conference at the Silver Moon Sea. There must be a secret here. If there is nothing on the island, search the seabed. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Yes. Sima Changkong sighed slightly. Forget it, it seems that I am not fated to attend the Guqin teaching conference. There is no time to search for Gaoqin's soul. I have already been here for a day, there are 9 days left. If I can't find anything useful in these 9 days, the clue of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa will be lost. I will search with you. Yes. Everyone answered. Silver Moon Sea, Southern District. At the location of the 3 islands. Gu Hai took Mayor He's warrant and after some persuasion, he successfully took over the 3 islands. The Guqin teaching conference will be held at the Silver Moon Sea. Countless cultivators are running around the surrounding seas. Something will happen here sooner or later. That is why Mayor He asked me to come here and set up a more secretive array to hide this place. Set up the array according to my blueprint. When the array is complete, reward 1 top-grade spirit stone every day. 1 level higher, and the price will increase 10-fold. Gu Hai said. Yes. The generals around shouted excitedly. The lowest level soldier was given 1 top-grade spirit stone. A general was given 10 top-grade spirit stones. 3 lieutenant generals were given 100 each. Even the person in charge of this place was very enthusiastic, because he would be rewarded 1,000 spirit stones. On the 3 islands, everyone quickly set up the array. They buried a large number of spirit stones for Gu Hai. At the sight of Gu Hai's tide-like spirit stones, many soldiers felt flabbergasted. The mayor had put in a lot of effort this time. How many top-grade spirit stones was this? After a day, millions of top-grade spirit stones were finally buried. Array up! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! All of a sudden, rolling fog gushed out from the 3 islands. In an instant, the fog completely enveloped the 3 islands, including the sea in the middle of the 3 islands. It completely covered the entire area, forming a super grand formation that enveloped everyone. Lord Gu, when will the spirit stones be distributed? Lord Gu, what kind of formation is this? So huge. Lord Gu, please reward him with more spirit stones. The 6,000 soldiers who were ready to receive their rewards looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yen, and Sheng Guanhen remained silent for a long time. The three of them thought that Gu Hai would clean up the soldiers on the island, but they never thought that Gu Hai would use them to help him bury the spirit stones and set up the array. This was such a huge formation. It took 6,000 soldiers an entire day to set it up. Everyone, thank you for your help. My apologies. Gu Hai said. What? The surrounding generals asked in confusion. Boom. Suddenly, countless cloud beasts charged out of the fog, instantly charging into the 6,000 soldiers. What? You lied to us. Lord Gu, what are you doing? Bastard. Arg. Chaos reigned in the ritual array. 4 hours later, all 6,000 soldiers were captured. Their cultivations were sealed, and they were locked in a prison on the island. Why? You lied to us. Why does the city lord want to harm us? Does the city lord want to silence us? No, I still have to take care of my elders and children. City lord, please spare me. The imprisoned soldiers screamed in horror, thinking that city lord he was going to silence them. Gu Hai looked at the soldiers and remained silent for a while. Did I do it too seriously? Even now, these people still have not discovered that we are fakes. Of course, Gu Hai did not explain. He just laid another soundproof ritual array around the soldiers and ignored them. What kind of ritual array is this? Venerable Lun Yen asked out of curiosity. A strengthened version of the 28-line pair world ritual array. It contains some elements of the 29-line pair world ritual array, Gu Hai explained. Does this count as setting up the fishing rod and sharpening the hook? Venerable Lun Yen smiled. Indeed. Now, we just lack the bait, Gu Hai said with a smile. Are they here? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen, who was not far away. Your Majesty, I have been paying attention to the sky. They have been here for some time. They are just behind that cloud, Shanghai Hen said with a smile. Oh. Everyone looked up at the sky. It's young Master An. Long Wanqing said, slightly stunned. That's right. I chatted so much with City Lord He earlier. That should be enough to incite his killing intent, right? Gu Hai smiled. You are not only preparing to bait the dragon but also bait young Master An. Venerable Lun Yen smiled. Hence, I will have to trouble Venerable Lun Yen now. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. However, you are shedding all pretense of cordiality with the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence for a snake head. Is it worth it? Venerable Lun Yen frowned. Who said that I shed all pretense of cordiality with the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence? I don't know the situation, Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh? Venerable Lun Yen felt slightly stunned. Then, he nodded bitterly. A Buddhist prayer bead turned into a meteor and shot into the clouds. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The Buddhist prayer bead seemed to run into something, crashing back. Who is it? Venerable Lun Yen snorted coldly as he soared into the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flying boat shot out from the clouds into the distance. Wait here. I'll be right back. Venerable Lun Yen shouted. With a flip of his hand, Venerable Lun Yen took out a flying ship and quickly gave chase. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the two flying ships arrived at the horizon. After Venerable Lun Yen left, two figures slowly emerged from the white clouds. They were young Master An and Fang Mingho. Venerable Lun Yen is wearing a wig? Ha! Do you think that I don't recognize him? Young Master An smiled coldly as he watched the distant flying ship. Young Master An, I keep feeling that everything went too smoothly. We were still preparing to lure Venerable Lun Yen away, but he left on his own, Fang Mingho said with a frown. Don't worry. That flying ship is filled with the men of sacrifice that I raised. Nothing will go wrong. Furthermore, there is a path to heaven, but he did not take it. Instead, he barged in. Come, let's go and capture Gu Hai, young Master An said coldly. What about Long Wanqing? Young Master N's eyes turned cold. She's courting her own death. She won't have a good ending for going against me. It just so happens that I'm missing a member of the Great Qian dynasty's royal family among my female slaves. A female slave? Fang Mingho's expression changed. Clearly, Fang Mingho knew the miserable fates of young Master N's female slaves. There seems to be a new ritual array laid down below, Fang Mingho said worriedly. Break the ritual array with all your might. Today, we have to capture Gu Hai. Didn't you say that you could break the ritual array outside the best zither pavilion on this street? You just need time. Furthermore, what kind of powerful ritual array can they lay in one day? Quickly, capture Gu Hai before Venerable Lu Yen returns. Young Master N said seriously. Yes. Fang Mingho nodded. Then, he grabbed his golden saber and charged at the ritual array with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! After Fang Mingho charged into the ritual array only surged a little before it stopped moving. Huh! Young Master N felt slightly stunned. Fang Mingho charged into the ritual array with a ferocious aura. Shouldn't it be chaotic? Why is there no movement after going in? After waiting for 15 minutes, there was no movement. After 15 minutes, there was still no movement. After 15 minutes, young Master N grew somewhat impatient. He shouted, Fang Mingho, what are you doing? At this moment, in the ritual array, Fang Mingho was covered in blood. An extremely rough cloud beast general grabbed Fang Mingho's body with both hands. Hegemon raises the cauldron. Roar! That cloud beast general roared loudly. Boundless energy surged out of its palms, crazily squeezing Fang Mingho. Fang Mingho could no longer struggle. His bones creaked. Ah! Young Master N, run! Run! Fang Mingho screamed in pain. Can't the people outside hear you? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Don't worry. My ritual array is between the 28th and 29th formations. It isolates the inside from the outside. Everything looks normal from the outside. However, this Fang Mingho has some tricks up his sleeve. He nearly got away. Gu Hai said coldly. Long Wanqing nodded. Shangguan Hen, you have been listening for so long. How is it? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I can already imitate his voice. Shanghai Hen said with a smile. When Shanghai Hen spoke, he directly used Fang Mingho's voice. Shangguan Hen can imitate other people's voices? Long Wanqing looked at Shanghai Hen in surprise. Outside, young Master N was anxious as he looked at the peaceful ritual array. Fang Mingho, what are you doing? Young Master N shouted anxiously. Young Master N, I caught Gu Hai. You can come down now. It's fine. Fang Mingho's voice spread out. Oh. So fast. Ha 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 ha. Young Master N laughed and flew towards the ritual array. Whoosh. Young Master N rushed into the ritual array. 30 minutes later, young Master N was also held in the hand of a cloud beast general, unable to move. Chapter 209. In the Silvermoon Ocean, 68 lazy giant dragons were circling around a large trench under the Three Shapes Islands. The largest black dragon among them was Grimace, who had appeared not long ago. Leader, look. There seems to be a layer of fog between the three islands above, a red dragon said in a low voice. All the dragons looked up at the same time. Is that some kind of formation? He Shirkong is really troublesome. What's the use of getting these useless soldiers to stand guard outside? Can't we do it? A white dragon said disdainfully. Grimace did not mind and climbed down again. Leader, you've been curled up here all this time. Is it uncomfortable? the white dragon looked at Grimace and asked carefully. Uncomfortable. What do you want? Grimace said calmly. I want to eat human flesh. Last time, young master and brought you to North Sea to hunt Xuanwu. We stayed behind to watch. It was so uncomfortable, the white dragon said, aggrieved. Eat humans? Ha, don't you remember how you were branded with the sin mark? Grimace said coldly. Of course I remember. Didn't I just eat some humans? I did it very secretly. I ate the people of a small town in the Deqian Celestial Empire. I ate them very cleanly. There were definitely no survivors. Humans are the essence of all beasts. They are the best food for the dragon tribe. However, the insidious little dragon reported me and demoted me to a sinful dragon by the dragon prince. I was also demoted to a sinful dragon because I ate humans. Back then, when the dragon tribe did not ally with the Deqian Celestial Empire, didn't we eat humans as we pleased? We are the dragon tribe. It's their good fortune to eat humans. Why can't we eat humans after we allied with the Deqian Celestial Empire? The dragon prince is trying to curry favor with the Deqian Celestial Empire. When did the dragon tribe fall to such a state? The red dragon said with a frown. Yes, but we still eat what we should eat. Are you saying we're sinful dragons? Then we might as well be thoroughly sinful. Last time, I went to a small village near Silvermoon City and ate 800 people. Did no one know? A blue dragon said with a smile. You guys went out to eat people again? Ghostface's expression darkened. When leader went to the North Sea to eat Xuanwu, I was bored, so. Blue dragon looked at Ghastly carefully. He Shikong sends you 1,000 prisoners every month. Isn't that enough? I told you not to act on your own accord. Did you take my words for granted? Grimace said coldly. I also saw you go to eat Xuanwu. The leader also said that he would bring back some Xuanwu for us to try, but... Blue dragon said in a low voice. Roar. Grimace roared and stomped on the blue dragon with his claws. The blue dragon struggled a few times to no avail under the powerful force. The other dragons did not dare to step forward. Ghostface looked at Blue Dragon with a ferocious expression and said, Do you know how I obtained the sin patterns? In the past, there were 3 black dragons who dared to disobey me. In the end, I ate them all. Do you want me to eat you too? Blue Dragon shuddered. No, I wouldn't dare, leader. Listen up. We've been in the limelight recently. Don't make things difficult for me. If anyone dares to act rashly, I'll eat them. Grimace said coldly. Yes. The dragons answered. After this storm passes, I'll bring you to a place to eat people. Grimace said coldly. Ah. Where? The dragons were pleasantly surprised. When Mr. Imo sent someone to pass on the order, I asked a few more questions. The one who crushed Blue Dragon with the royal seal last time is called Gu Hai. He seems to be from the Thousand Islands Sea. I've already asked him to help me find out. No matter which island Gu Hai is from in the Thousand Islands Sea, we'll eat everyone on his island. If we can't finish them, I'll destroy the island he's on. Grimace said coldly. Ah. Eat them all. Good, leader is wise. You must bring me along this time. I want to eat people too. Leader, bring me along when you eat Gu Hai's family. The dragons were impatient. Someone's here. Grimace's expression suddenly changed. The dragons fell silent and looked coldly at a man who was sinking into the sea. Fang Mingho. Grimace was surprised. Seeing that it was Fang Mingho, the dragon's guard dropped. Grimace, young master and is here. He wants you to go up. Fang Mingho said coldly. Oh. Young master and is here. Didn't Mr. Imo say that no one will come looking for us during this time? He wants us to stay in the sea. Grimace frowned. Young Master An is up there. He has something to discuss. Come up quickly. Fang Mingho said in a low voice. With that, Fang Mingho rushed to the sea. He left. Grimace frowned slightly. Leader, Fang Mingho's attitude seems strange today. A red dragon asked in confusion. Wait here. I'll go take a look. Grimace said in a low voice. Yes. The dragons answered. Grimace rushed out of the sea. There was a large, cloudy ritual array above the sea. The moment Grimace entered the ritual array, 18 Buddhist prayer beads suddenly fell like meteors, crashing into Grimace. Roar! Grimace roared, showing a ferocious expression as he crashed into the beads. Rumble! Grimace immediately knocked back the 18 Buddhist prayer beads. Grimace suddenly lost his sense of direction. He did not know where was up or down. After knocking back the 18 Buddhist prayer beads, Grimace's expression changed as he looked at Venerable Lun Yen and Fang Mingho, who were not far away. Fang Mingho, what are you doing? Are you colluding with this monk to harm me? Grimace roared. Fang Mingho smiled bitterly. Grimace, it's not that I want to harm you. If I hadn't tricked you into coming up, young Master An would have suffered. Grimace turned his head to look. Not far away, a giant cloud beast general was holding young Master An, whose eyes were about to burst open. Gu Hai's group stood at the side, looking coldly at Grimace. You again? Grimace stared coldly at Gu Hai. Grimace was huge. The moment he entered the ritual array, he occupied a large area. Sin Dragon Grimace. Gu Hai smiled faintly. You captured young Master An to threaten me. What are you trying to do? Grimace demanded coldly. Captured young Master An. Ha! Sin Dragon, you got it wrong, right? Young Master An wanted to kill me. I captured him out of self-defense. Furthermore, I did not hurt him. Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai, what are you trying to do? Young Master An glared at Gu Hai. Nothing much. Just don't move. I'm going to take something. I won't hurt you, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Won't hurt us? Ha 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 ha. You want to hurt me with just you? Gu Hai, earlier, I was still thinking about when I should go to the Thousand Island Sea and eat everyone on your island. Now, I've decided. After I eat you, I'll go immediately. I want to eat your entire clan. Grimace said with a ferocious expression. Eat everyone on my island? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. I also want to eat you. Roar. Grimace opened his mouth and roared. Then, he instantly charged at Gu Hai. Evil beast. Venerable Lun Yen threw a palm strike. Boom. The manifested palm collided with the huge dragon. The huge dragon swayed, and dark clouds suddenly appeared, filling the ritual array. Roar. As the black dragon roared, it instantly knocked Venerable Lun Yen back. However, the two sides remained in a stalemate. Fang Mingho, why are you still not attacking? Grimace roared. Fang Mingho turned his head to look at Gu Hai. Fang Mingho, I have no intention of killing you or young Master An. If you dare to attack, I will kill your young Master An immediately. Furthermore, you are not a match for me in the ritual array. Gu Hai said coldly. Fang Mingho's expression froze. Earlier, young Master An said that if he dies, you will not be able to live either. Young Master An tried to kill me several times. I have already endured until now. This is my limit. Are you trying to challenge my limit again? Gu Hai glared at Fang Mingho. Gu Hai, if you dare to kill young Master An, you will not be able to live either. His Highness left a strand of zither intent in young Master An's body. Even from billions of kilometers away, as long as young Master An dies, His Highness will know. Furthermore, he will know who killed young Master An, Fang Mingho said coldly. Strand of zither intent? Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Even from billions of kilometers away, he can know the other party's situation. Can he control the other party? Strand of zither intent. When Li Haoran, the leader of the Shinji battalion, was controlled and killed Long Xiaoya, could it be? Gu Hai's face fell. Gu Hai, if you dare to touch me, my grandfather will definitely know. You are dead, you are dead. Young Master An also roared. Slap. The ferocious cloud beast general holding young Master An moved its thumb and blocked young Master An's mouth, preventing him from saying anything. Woo, 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 woo. Young Master An whimpered angrily. Buzz. Suddenly, another cloud beast general appeared beside Fang Mingho in an instant. All right. I promise you and young Master An will not die, but do not resist. Gu Hai said coldly. Fang Mingho looked at the cloud beast general in front of him. His face fell, but he still nodded. Crack. The cloud beast general suddenly grabbed Fang Mingho and held him in its palm, making him unable to move. Fang Mingho, you coward. Ghostface roared. You are the coward. Earlier, you were the one who said that you wanted to destroy my island, right? Gu Hai said coldly. As Xiaoqin spoke, he pushed off the ground, and another huge cloud beast suddenly appeared. The cloud beast Xiang Yu held the halberd and charged into the battle between Venerable Lun Yan and Ghostface. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might, the cloud beast Xiang Yu roared. The Feng Tian halberd slashed down fiercely, and a gust of cold wind rushed out. Roar! Ghostface roared. Boom! The dragon horn and the halberd clashed, blocking the halberd. However, Venerable Lun Yan landed a palm strike on Ghostface's abdomen. Boom! Ghostface was sent flying backward by the attack. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Surging fog instantly covered the entire ritual array. Fang Mingho, young Master An, Long Wanqing, and Shen Guanhen could no longer see the battle clearly. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. 9-star alignment. Dragon roar shatters the heavens. Boom! A loud sound rang out in the fog. Ah! A rebound knocked Venerable Lun Yan back. Oh no! Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed as he tried to charge forward. However, Ghostface's miserable shriek suddenly came from the fog. What is this? What is this? Ah! What evil technique is this? Ghostface exclaimed. Rumble. Ghostface triggered the dark clouds in the sky. Bolts of lightning struck down at him. Boom! 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 As the lightning bolts struck him, Ghostface's shrieks intensified. Die, you monster! Ghostface roared. Venerable Lun Yan quickly charged in. However, he saw the cloud beast Xiang Yu pressing down on Ghostface's head, preventing him from moving. At this moment, wounds covered Ghostface's body. Black energy spread out from the wounds. Many skulls quickly gnawed at Ghostface's body in the black energy. Ghostface drove the lightning bolts to strike the black energy. However, the skulls in the black energy had already entered his body. More and more places gave off black energy. On the cloud beast Xiang Yu's head, Gu Hai held a bone saber, showing a cold and ferocious expression. Roar! No! Scram! Ghostface roared. Originally, I did not want to kill you. However, if you do not die today, you will be my calamity in the future. Gu Hai said coldly. Rumble. Countless lightning bolts struck down. Venerable Lun Yan hovered in midair, not knowing whether he should go forward or not. Roar! 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 The black dragon's miserable shriek rang out. Although the captured young Master An could not see inside, he felt frightened when he heard the miserable shriek. Fang Mingho also showed an extremely unsightly expression. After a while, the fog disappeared. After a while, the surrounding lightning bolts disappeared. Then, the fog slowly scattered. The cloud beast Xiang Yu returned with Gu Hai. Venerable Lun Yen also returned. What Venerable Lun Yen brought back was the skeleton of a huge dragon. Ghost Face disappeared, leaving only piles of dragon bones. You, what did you do to Ghost Face? Fang Mingho exclaimed in shock. Venerable Lun Yen, you stay here and watch over Fang Mingho. Leave the rest to me, Gu Hai said seriously. That's fine. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. Now that the strongest dragon, Ghost Face, was captured, there was no need to worry about the other Sin Dragons. Gu Hai, you really want to kill all the Sin Dragons? Long Wanqing asked somewhat worriedly. After all, the dragon race was the Deqian's national beast. As the Deqian elite hall master, could she just watch as Gu Hai killed the Sin Dragons? Yes. Determination flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. These Sin Dragons had already crossed Gu Hai's bottom line. Slaughter 9-5 Island? In that case, he needed to guard against accidents. In the end, Long Wanqing sighed softly and nodded. Never mind. They only have themselves to blame. Shengguanhen, you shout. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the ritual array moved slightly, creating a soundproof barrier. Yes. Shengguanhen answered. Young Masterin, bring the humans to reward us. Come in batches. Red dragons, come up first. Shengguanhen shouted. Although young Masterin covered his mouth, he immediately goggled. Is this Ghost Face's voice? This person learned it. Roar. Roar. Suddenly, excited roars came from the bottom of the sea. Following that, 4 red dragons excitedly charged out of the sea and were instantly encased by the ritual array. Chapter 210. Silver Moon Sea, on an island. Ding 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 ding. A series of beautiful zither sounds rang out. It was Fairy Wanner sitting on the grass, playing a tune attentively. As she played, countless flowers bloomed on the grass. The fish on the sea were also attracted and swam towards the island, as if intoxicated by the beautiful music. There were even hundreds of little green fairies flying around the island. When the little fairies heard Fairy Wanner's zither, they suddenly danced and were affected by the music. It was obvious how moving the Fairy Wanner was. Why isn't it here yet? Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with a trace of urgency. There were more and more little green fairies around. When there were almost 1,000 of them. Buzz! Suddenly, a sound wave rushed over. Wherever the sound wave passed, all the little green fairies around retreated. It was a yellow fairy that suddenly appeared. Gauchen's soul. Fairy Wanner's eyes lit up. Following the zither sound, she found the direction and chased here. However, this yellow fairy was very cunning. It ran away as soon as it got close. Fairy Wanner couldn't catch it several times. Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with excitement. Humph, you bunch of zither masters are all trash. You dare to laugh at me? So far, only I have found Gauchen's soul. What right do you have to laugh at me? Because of Gu Hai. Wait until I catch Gauchen's soul. See how I slap your faces, humph. Fairy Wanner's eyes were filled with excitement and nervousness. Buzz buzz buzz. The yellow fairy flew around Fairy Wanner. After all, fairies were also very fond of music. The zither masters had a very wide range of hearing, and the fairies were naturally not bad. The zither masters were looking for them, and the fairies were also looking for the music. So far, among the 600 zither masters, only the sound of Fairy Wanner's zither attracted them. They all flew around Fairy Wanner together. A little closer, then I'll be able to catch you. A little closer, then you won't be able to escape. Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with excitement. Fairies were souls, so ordinary formations and magic treasures couldn't capture them at all. They could only be caught by hand. Although Gauchen's soul was attracted by the sound of the zither, he was still very wary of Fairy Wan, and kept a certain distance from her. Ding, 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 ding. The Fairy Wanner continued to play her zither. The Fairy Wanner believed that this little yellow fairy would soon be within her reach. Once she got her hands on Gauchen, she would definitely teach Gu Hai a lesson. Gu Hai's formation. Young Master saw that Gu Hai was no longer as contemptuous as before. Instead, he was emitting cold air from head to toe. 68 giant dragons had all been dealt with by him, not leaving a single one behind. Turning into a pile of bones. Fang Mingho looked at Gu Hai, who had returned with the last dragon bone, and his eyelids twitched violently. It wasn't difficult to see that Gu Hai was only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. However, that group of giant dragons, such powerful giant dragons, had all died at his hands. The fog was so thick that he couldn't see clearly. However, Fang Mingho still vaguely saw 2 magic treasures of Gu Hai. A bone knife and a black royal seal. Then there was a formation. All the dragons were killed. Although they were killed one by one, he was still the one who killed them all, right? Young Master, the trouble you've caused this time is much more than we expected. Fang Mingho smiled bitterly. Gu Hai flew back and didn't say much. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. 68 giant dragons had been swallowed by the bone knife. The feedback of 1,000th of the power was extremely large. Gu Hai's face was flushed with blood and looked extremely ferocious. Boom! Xiaochen gathered the energy in his body and attacked his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The strong energy immediately caused pain in Gu Hai's body. However, he still did not open any of his orifices. Is it because it is exceptionally difficult to open the 5 orifices when cultivating external techniques? Gu Hai opened his eyes with a bitter expression. Gu Hai, are you alright? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Gu Hai shook his head and stood up. I'm fine. Indeed, he was fine. It was just that too much energy had accumulated in his body. Gu Hai was suppressing the urge to vomit blood. Just scatter slowly. Come, let's go down and take a look. Gu Hai said seriously. Venerable Lun Yen looked worriedly at Gu Hai and nodded. Gu Hai waved his hand, and a hole opened in the ritual array. Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Shengguan Hen, and Venerable Lun Yen entered the hole together. Plop! The group entered the sea. The hole in the ritual array instantly closed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The energy in Xiao Chen's body gave off surging heat, boiling the seawater around him and causing countless bubbles to appear. Gu Hai, why are you so hot? Long Wanqing looked worriedly at Gu Hai. It's fine. I can deal with it. It will be fine after some time, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Long Wanqing nodded with a frown. Since Gu Hai was not willing to say, there was nothing she could do. The group continued diving into the deep sea. Inside the ritual array, Fang Mingho let out a long breath and said, all right, they finally left. Huh? Young Master N's mouth was covered by the ferocious cloud beast general. However, he still looked at Fang Mingho in confusion. Young Master N, I will use my full power to struggle free of this monster. Be careful. Fang Mingho said seriously. Young Master N looked at Fang Mingho in surprise. This ritual array is too strange. Its power is almost at my limit. Previously, I was able to break free with all my strength. However, Gu Hai was able to do it with ease. If I break free, I will be even more miserable. Now that they are gone, I can break the ritual array. Be careful. Fang Mingho said seriously. Yes, 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 yes. Young Master N nodded excitedly. Gu Hai and the group slowly sank to the bottom of the sea and soon arrived at a huge trench. Your Majesty, it's here. I feel the head of the snake. Shangguanhen's eyes lit up. Oh. The four of them stepped toward the trench. The four of them walked around a long, narrow, and curved aisle and immediately arrived at a huge underwater square. They all stared at the square with wide eyes. On the square, there was a huge emerald green snake head floating. The snake head was 100 feet long. The snake head had long been cut off, but its eyes were filled with a ferocious look. A pair of dark green poisonous fangs stretched out, pressing down on a super huge piece of ice below. A square piece of super hard ice covered the entire square. The snake head was incomparably small when placed on top of it. The snake head's poisonous fangs pressed on the hard ice. The poisonous fangs seemed to be eating the hard ice. The hard ice had already melted by 1/10 and was still melting little by little. And inside the ice, there were 1,000,000 bronze soldier dolls standing straight. Terracotta warriors. Gu Hai was slightly startled. What terracotta warriors? Long Wanqing was puzzled. It's not terracotta warriors. It just looks a little like them. The terracotta warriors are clay pottery. It looks a little like bronze. Bronze men wearing armor. Gu Hai frowned. Yes, what's the use of these bronze men? Millions, there are millions of them. Are they exactly the same? Shangguanhen was puzzled. Look, the bronze man at the front is holding a big flag in his hand. Silvermoon. The two words Silvermoon are written on the flag. Was it made by Mr. Silvermoon and then sealed in this hard ice? These sin dragons are waiting here just to use the snake head to melt the hard ice. Long Wanqing revealed a confused expression. However, this hard ice does not seem that cold, Venerable Lun Yen said, feeling puzzled. Roar. Suddenly, Shangguanhen roared and opened his mouth to suck in a deep breath. Rumble. The huge snake head seemed to be pulled, trembling as it slowly floated up. Your Majesty, I'm going to eat. I can't wait. Shangguanhen said excitedly. Eat. Gu Hai smiled. Don't touch this ice. I'll tell you how to deal with it later. Shangguanhen looked excitedly at the snake head. Whoosh. A strong force surrounded the 300-meter-long snake head, instantly shrinking it. Then, Shangguanhen swallowed the snake head into his stomach. Huh. Venerable Lun Yen revealed a shocked expression. Venerable Lun Yen had been helping Shangguanhen find food for the past few days. However, he did not know what the food was for. Now, this 300-meter-long snake head opened its mouth and ate. Shouldn't this snake head be highly poisonous? How can he eat it? Venerable Lun Yen asked worriedly. Boom. Suddenly, veritable essence energy images appeared on the surface of Shangguanhen's body. They were a tortoise and a snake in the shape of Xuanwu. Xuanwu and the mysterious snake showed ferocious expressions. Buzz. 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 Shangguanhen sat down cross-legged and regulated his breathing. Green light shone from his body. It seemed like this snake head contained boundless nourishment, helping Shangguanhen's body undergo a qualitative change. Boom. Suddenly, Shangguanhen's body shook, and intense ripples spread out from his body. The Yuanying state. He broke through to the Yuanying state just like that. Venerable Lun Yen looked at Shangguanhen in shock. The water ripples on Shangguanhen's body looked like his cultivation was still rising. This scene shocked Venerable Lun Yen. However, Gu Hai let out a long sigh as satisfaction flashed in his eyes. At the very least, everything he did earlier was worth it. Gu Hai stood guard for Shangguanhen. However, Venerable Lun Yen walked over to the hard ice. He looked at the hard ice that sealed the 1,000,000 bronze sculptures in confusion. Hard ice? But there is no cold chi. If the Sin Dragon wants the bronze sculptures inside, why does it not just break through the hard ice? Venerable Lun Yen looked at the hard ice in confusion. Long Wanqing walked over as well. Indeed. There is no cold qi at all. That banner has the words Silver Moon on it. Did Mr. Silver Moon leave it back then? The Bronze Moon Army? Venerable Lun Yen extended his hand and took out a sword. Then, he tested the ice. The moment the sword touched the hard ice, ka, 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 ka. Suddenly, a cold qi surged out from the sword. Oh no! Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. That cold qi flowed through the sword and into his body. Ice instantly formed on his right arm. Then, it spread to his entire body. Venerable Long Wanqing's expression changed. She extended her hand and threw a palm strike, wanting to shatter the hard ice. Ka! 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 Long Wanqing's manifested palm suddenly froze. This cold qi followed Long Wanqing's veritable essence energy and instantly rushed into Long Wanqing's body. In just an instant, the two turned into ice sculptures. The Yuanying state cultivators could not resist this cold qi at all. What? Gu Hai's expression changed when he turned his head around. Chapter 211. Crack. 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 Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen instantly froze into ice sculptures. Gu Hai's expression changed. It was too late for him to save them. Ice sculptures. They will shatter at the slightest touch, right? Gu Hai did not dare to touch them. Furthermore, even with Venerable Lun Yen's cultivation, he could not block this cold qi. He instantly froze into an ice sculpture. No wonder the group of dragons could not do anything even though they had been guarding this place. It turns out that this huge ice has such strong cold qi. Ha! I just told them not to touch them and to wait for me. Shangguan Hen's bitter laughter suddenly rang out. Shangguan Hen, are you alright? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Many thanks, Your Majesty. I have already reached the Yuanying state. Furthermore, I can already use some divine power. Shangguan Hen said excitedly. However, Gu Hai could not feel happy. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen were sealed in ice. Do you know what happened? Your Majesty, rest assured. They are fine. They will be fine for 2 or 3 days. Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Huh? Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion. To think that he could still smile at this moment. Your Majesty, this ice is not ordinary ice. It is a dead water deity. Shangguan Hen explained. A dead water deity? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Yes, a divine runic spirit, a deity. This is the deity of a water-type spirit beast race. However, this race went extinct, but their deity remained, waiting for time to wear it down before finally turning to dust. The extinction of this spirit beast race also means that this deity no longer has any consciousness and has turned into a treasure, Shangguan Hen explained. Treasure? Yes, ordinary people can't touch it. That's because even though this god is dead, it contains the boundless resentment of the entire race. The water god even expressed this resentment with ice. That's why even though it looks like a block of ice, it doesn't have much cold air. The surrounding seawater is also not sealed in ice, Shangguan Hen explained. God? Is it useful to you? Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Yes, I also have the god of race. Only the supreme beings of each race can understand what this is. However, this item is even more useful to the emperor. I have already obtained the head of the snake, so your majesty can take it. Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. Solemnly, Shangguanhen said, use this spirit to refine the kidney acupoint and form the water deity palace. In the future, the nascent soul formed by the emperor's water acupoint will be much stronger than the nascent souls of others. The water element spells will definitely be much better than others. The kidney belongs to the water attribute. Using this to break through the kidney aperture. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Previously, he had swallowed a group of giant dragons. At this moment, his body felt extremely uncomfortable. He was unable to open his 5 orifices. Moreover, how big was this piece of ice? Millions of bronze people were enveloped in it. Solemnly, Shangguanhen said, Your Majesty, this is not the way to accept a god. Moreover, this kind of dead god, even if it is dead, instinctively wants to have a place to live. A person's kidney is the best place. Let me help you. Your Majesty, swallow it into your kidney. It can help you open your kidney aperture and open up the water deity palace. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Shangguanhen closed his eyes. Suddenly, a green light appeared between his eyebrows. He pointed his finger. Wang! A light circle appeared between his eyebrows and rushed towards the huge ice. Walala! As soon as the light circle touched the ice, ripples suddenly appeared on the ice, like water ripples. Slowly, the ripples moved, revealing a dark blue energy ball inside. Your Majesty, this is the essence of a god. It will not freeze people. Absorb it into your body and drive it into your kidney with your mind. It will open up your kidney aperture by itself. Shangguanhen shouted. Gu Hai sat cross-legged and opened his mouth to suck. Hualong. Suddenly, the dark blue thread-like energy was sucked into Gu Hai's mouth. Ka ka ka. Gu Hai's body was instantly covered in frost. Not daring to hesitate, Gu Hai directed the energy to his kidney with his mind. Wang! Boom! Suddenly, a super loud sound was heard. The dark blue energy suddenly rushed out of the kidney aperture. A huge space similar to the dantian was instantly revealed in front of Gu Hai. Walala! Suddenly, the dark blue energy rushed into the space and a large amount of cold air instantly wrapped Gu Hai's kidney aperture. Gu Hai's kidney turned into a water blue color. Hue! All the cold air in the body was poured into Gu Hai's body. The cold air in Gu Hai's body suddenly disappeared. Gu Hai opened his mouth to suck, and the huge ice quickly disappeared. Shangguanhen had already retreated to the side to protect Gu Hai. Waves of water god power poured into the kidney aperture, strengthening Gu Hai's kidney and creating a water god palace. Rumble. The ice strangely turned into energy and poured into Gu Hai's body. On the sea, Gu Hai set up a large array. Ha! Fang Mingho shouted. Boom! The cloud beast that was squeezing Fang Mingho suddenly exploded. Young Masterin, be careful. Fang Mingho hit the cloud beast that was holding young Masterin, boom. The ferocious cloud beast exploded into pieces as well. Hue, finally out, Fang Mingho, quick, break the array and take me out of here. Young Masterin said with a hint of horror. After all, the scene of Gu Hai slaying the dragon was still fresh in his mind. Boom! Fang Mingho stretched out his hand and hit the clouds not far away. Kaboom! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the array. Young Masterin, come out with me. I saw Gu Hai activating the array here. I opened a crack, I don't know how long it can hold. Fang Mingho shouted. As he said, he pulled young Masterin out of the crack. Phew! The moment they flew out of the crack suddenly closed again. The two escaped from the array and stood on the sea, looking at the array in front of them in horror. The sea was calm, and an inconspicuous cloud array shrouded it. Who would have thought that there was such a terrifying killing intent hidden under this array? Let's go, Fang Mingho, let's get out of here immediately. Young Masterin said in shock. No, young masterin, wait, I'll go down and take a look. Fang Mingho narrowed his eyes and shook his head. After that, Fang Mingho's eyes were filled with a murderous intent, and he dived into the sea. On an island in the distance, hundreds of grey-robed men gathered here, led by Sima Changkong. Sir, look, it's that cloud array. Someone shouted. Oh. Those two people. Sima Changkong frowned slightly. Fang Mingho and young masterin. They're out of the array. Something happened inside? The grey-robed man who was monitoring here said in surprise. Fang Mingho bypassed the array and entered the sea again. Fang Mingho's face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He went straight to the bottom of the sea, and soon reached the trench. He took out a long knife and carefully approached it. Boom! There were bursts of roaring sounds coming from the depths of the trench. Soon, Fang Mingho reached the depths and saw the scene inside. Fang Mingho had seen the ice inside more than once, but now, half of the ice had disappeared. Moreover, the ice seemed to have turned into energy and was pouring into Gu Hai's mouth. How is this possible? Isn't this ice certain death? Fang Mingho said in surprise. Venerable Lun Yan and Long Wanqing were frozen, and only that Shangguan Hen was left. That golden core cultivator. A ferocious look flashed in Fang Mingho's eyes. This is a good opportunity. Who is it? Shangguan Hen suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned around. Fang Mingho did not hesitate. He grabbed his long knife and charged over. He slashed with his long knife, and a golden knife aura shot at Shangguan Hen. Boom! The knife aura was ferocious, and ordinary golden core cultivators could not block it. Fang Mingho firmly believed that this knife aura would kill Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen glared at Fang Mingho and shouted coldly, "The mystic snake's 100 changes, press forward with indomitable will." Buzz! An emerald light ring suddenly appeared on Fang Mingho's forehead. The moment the light ring appeared, it turned into a transparent green snake that was 100 feet long. The moment the green snake appeared, the surrounding sea was instantly dyed green. Then, it collided with the golden knife aura. TSS. 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 The golden knife aura sizzled as it corroded at a strange speed. The green snake shrunk slightly, but it instantly arrived before Fang Mingho. What? Fang Mingho's expression changed as he struck with his palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the green snake exploded. Fang Mingho retreated in horror. Bang! The terrified Fang Mingho instantly retreated from the sea. Fang Mingho, what's wrong with you? Why is your entire body green? Young Masterin said in shock. Young Masterin, let's go. Ah! Pustules quickly grew on Fang Mingho's face as he cried out in horror. Whoosh! He pulled young Masterin and shot toward the horizon. Puff! Puff! Fang Mingho spat out blood as he flew. His face was filled with horror. You're poisoned. What kind of poison is that? It's so strong that you can't even withstand it with your cultivation base. Young Masterin said in horror. Let's go, let's go. Fang Mingho fainted in horror. Young Masterin shuddered and quickly fled into the distance with Fang Mingho. In the distance, Sima Changkong and the others looked at the two fleeing people in shock. My lord, should we chase after them? Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No, it's useless even if we chase after them. What's at the bottom of the sea? Fang Mingho is in the 5 nascent soul realm. He just went down for a while, and he escaped in such a tragic manner. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea, Shangguan Hen watched Fang Mingho leave and said coldly, run. It's useless. I can already use a trace of my divine power. I'm the only one in the world who can cure you of my divine snake poison. Shangguanhen turned his head and looked at Gu Hai again. To protect Gu Hai. At this moment, the rolling ice turned into energy and poured into Gu Hai's body. There was only 1/10 of the endless ice left. Gu Hai sank his consciousness into the kidney aperture space. It was a small space like the Dantian, except that the Dantian contained the chi of spiritual progenitor, which was purple. As for this quasi-Dantian, it was blue, ice blue, and water blue. The kidney aperture has been opened. The second level of the Khanate realm? Gu Hai was excited. Kaboom! The rolling ice completely merged with the kidney aperture. At this moment, Gu Hai could see that his kidney was emitting a faint blue light, if it wasn't wrapped in flesh and blood. His kidney essence was overflowing, as if it contained endless vitality. Gu Hai's lower body was also very firm at this moment. There seemed to be an inexhaustible energy in his body. Boom! After the kidney aperture opened, the energy that Shaochen consumed earlier seemed to have found a place to flow, gushing into the kidney aperture like a long river. The moment the energy entered the kidney aperture, it seemed to be modified by the ice energy in the kidney aperture, turning into clumps of aqua-blue veritable essence energy. The veritable essence energy gathered in the center, looking like a ball of liquid. The cold qi in Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian's bodies also entered Gu Hai's body. The two froze for a moment before jolting to their senses. What happened earlier? Long Wanqing asked in confusion, seeming to shiver from the cold. The ice broke? How did you do it? Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. Shangguanhen looked at the two and smiled faintly. He did not explain, continuing to protect Gu Hai. At this moment, the two noticed Gu Hai. Gu Hai's entire body gave off a faint blue light. The earlier flush on his face slowly faded. Gu Hai is breaking through. Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed. Everyone waited patiently. At the same time, they turned their heads to look at the bottom of the sea. Without the ice, 1,000,000 bronze men were exposed to the sea. Whoosh! 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 The banner with the word, Silver Moon, in front of the bronze men suddenly fluttered. Buzz! Suddenly, the bronze man holding the banner trembled slightly and gave off a buzzing sound. OM! 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 These buzzing sounds seemed to be contagious, quickly spreading to the other bronze men. Soon, 1,000,000 bronze men trembled together. This is... Everyone exclaimed in shock. 1,000,000 spirits flew around the vast Silver Moon Sea. They flew extremely fast. However, just as the bronze man holding Gu Hai trembled, the 1,000,000 spirits suddenly paused at the same time. It seemed like they heard something. Ding! 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 The 1,000,000 spirits suddenly went crazy. They flapped their wings and quickly flew towards the Silver Moon Sea, towards the bronze men where Gu Hai was. On an island, the fairy Wanner kept playing music to attract the spirits. The yellow spirit was getting closer and closer to the fairy Wanner. Furthermore, it slowly closed its eyes and started dancing. The fairy Wanner felt her heart beating strongly. She reached out with her left hand. Her left hand reached for the yellow spirit while her right hand continued playing the zither. Just a little more. She touched it. Her fingertips touched it. Success. I'm going to grab Gaochen's soul. Buzz. Just as they were about to grab the Gaochen's soul, a buzzing sound rang out. Almost all of the little spirits were slightly stunned. Huh? What's that sound? The yellow spirit suddenly opened its eyes. Ah! Let me go first. Let me go first. The yellow spirit suddenly revealed an expression of ecstasy. It flapped its wings and quickly flew in the direction of the South Sea. What? Don't run. The fairy Wanner staggered and did not grab it. Gaochen's soul flew away when it was in her hands. Not only the yellow spirit, but all the green spirits around also flew away quickly. All of them were ecstatic and flew towards the silver moon sea. No, who ruined my good deed? Ah, bastard! The fairy Wanner jumped up in exasperation. Whoosh! Hugging the zither, the fairy Wanner chased after it. Seeing Gauchen's soul fly further and further away, the fairy Wanner felt her heart bleeding. Who was it? Who? The fairy Wanner wanted to cry but had no tears. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.